Press.
Good morning. It is 10:03 a.m. and I will call the Board of Directors of the Democratic Transmission Authority regular meeting to order. The first item is our invocation. And we're going to see if anybody would like to do an invocation. No. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, please grant us wisdom today to do the public's will. Grant us the patience to listen to each other in civil discourse so that we can render the best service to all our citizens. In your name we pray, amen. Next, we will do our pledge of allegiance. We can stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag and let the allegiance to the United States, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. We'll move on to introductions. We don't have any new introductions on the board. Mr. Christina, do you have any staff introductions?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce Ms. Ashley Elsey and Mr. Carl Taylor from Minerva Consulting. They joined us for our strategic offsite and are going to provide us an update on their work since then. So welcome.
Now we'll move on to public comments. This agenda provides an opportunity for citizens to address the DCTA Board of Directors on any agenda items or other matters related to DCTA. Any person who wishes to address the DCTA Board of Directors regarding any items may do so by either completing a request to speak card located in the DCTA boardroom prior to the meeting, or participate virtually by utilizing the raise hand functions, ensuring that when called upon, your camera is turned on and your full name is displayed. Speakers should speak clearly and state their names, address prior to the beginning of the remarks. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers will be courteous and cordial. Speakers making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks may be removed from the meeting. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, clapping, and similar demonstrations will not be permitted. Citizens that are not able to participate in person or connect virtually in the Zoom meetings must email his or her comments to Keisha Morris Perkinson at DCTA.net no later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday, July 27, to ensure that comments will be read. The Board of Directors is not permitted to take any actions on any subjects raised by a speaker during the public comment period. However, the DCTA Board of Directors may have the item placed on a future agenda for action, refer to the item to DCTA administrations for further study or action, briefly state existing DCTA policy, or provide a brief statement of factual information in response to the inquiry. And for the public records, for the public to know, this will be the final meeting where we will be taking virtual comments. From this point forward, we will only take comments either in person or by email as per existing state law. We will now be conforming to that. We've been doing it with the Zoom meetings as a result of the COVID pandemic, but we're now moving beyond that. So with that, I will now take first the in-person speakers. I have the first speaker is Paula Richardson.
I stand here.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, sir.
Is there somebody who starts a timer? Oh, I'm sorry. I've done this, but it's been a long time. Okay, good morning. My name is Paula Richardson. My address is 400 AME Drive in Denton, 76207. I live and work in Denton. There's a Facebook group called the Denton Downtowners. I would like to read several posts from that Facebook page. I will identify each citizen that made the post. Lakendra Tucker, June 23rd, 2022. There's an older lady stranded on 77 near Elm. She said she was abandoned by a go-zone driver at Kroger. She has groceries with her that aren't even cold anymore. Does go-zone run this time of night? Is there anyone that can help? Update. She was picked up by Dane and his roommate. What a great guy to come pick her up and get her home safely at this hour. Barbara Lee Carrillo, June 28th, 2022, 6:02 a.m. I booked my go-zone ride this morning and it said 5 minutes. I rushed to get out the door. Well, I could see on the app the driver was at the Quick Trip down the street. 5 minutes turned into 20 minutes, then 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the app still says 5 minutes and the driver is still sitting there not moving. I had to cancel and book Lyft. Not what I wanted to do, but I had to get to work. Michael Bradshaw. I saw a go-zone driver bust a U-turn on wrong-way traffic at Bell and Eagle earlier this afternoon. Jovan Martinez. Go-zone stopped halfway in the intersection, noticed it was too far out, reversed, and was just inches of hitting the car behind them. Stephanie Martinez, July 22nd, 2022 at 1:34 p.m. Really bad accident on University. I think there was 2 or more cars. Go-zone was involved. No word if they caused the wreck. Jessica Simmons. Shout out to the awesome go-zone driver with Florida plates flying down North Elm Street at 80 miles an hour this morning. I'm grateful you decided to swerve and cut off the guy in the other lane instead of hitting my car. It sure was close. Hope your passengers were less terrified than my daughter and I were. Justin Thompson. Just saw a DPD pull over a go-zone driver and it brought a smile to my face. Sick of the way go-zone drivers drive around here. Casey Johnson. I'm convinced these go-zone drivers drink a pint of vodka before they get in their van each day. These are some of the comments. There were so many, I couldn't include them all, of the citizens of Denton about go-zone. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victoria Allen.
Good morning. You guys look so happy. My name's Victoria Allen. I live at 191 Duchess Drive, Denton, Texas. I'm an executive board officer / union steward for local ATU 1338. I'm here to speak on behalf of the drivers who are unable to attend due to work schedules. I was excused from work so that I might give them a voice. I have been an operator for approximately 8 years. In those 8 years, I have seen ridership decline at first due to COVID, but now it is due to mismanagement of routes. It started in Louisville when we were rerouted to bypass the industrial area, this one here. When COVID hit, it was a perfect excuse to shove go-zone down our throats. Even though you were financially enriched by grants under COVID, Connect routes were then sent to remote and elusive areas where go-zone should be servicing. No consideration was given to how unsafe these routes were for the drivers and passengers. Recently, drivers have complained about how hot it is in the buses at the start of their midday shift. One driver recorded the temperature on their bus at 140 plus degrees. I have a picture in the heat of the day. Now, mind you, they have to pre-trip the bus on the inside at that temperature. This driver wrote this up on their pre-trip and sent an email to the safety manager. There has been no response. This could be avoided if the buses were started at least 20 minutes before their shift but was told by 20 minutes before their shift. One driver got on the bus and complained before her shift that the AC wasn't blowing, but was told by maintenance that nothing wrong with the AC. By the end of her shift, she became nauseous and had a headache. Next day, she was given another bus with the same issue. At the end of their shift, she went to the driver's work area where there's an awful smell. This really made her ill. By Friday, she was too sick to come to work. On Monday, she was given points for not being there on Friday due to circumstances beyond her control. In May 2020, you signed the Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan, whereas it mentions safety for employees and the reporting of it. However, well over a month ago, when a driver reported some unsafe routes to the safety manager, the last I heard on the subject that it was forwarded to Troy Raleigh and still no change. What is the purpose of the PTSAP? Is that a smokescreen? When you are voting on this scenario, which scenario to pick, keep in mind the elderly people such as Max, who spoke in person last month at this meeting, who used to rely on our buses for their everyday needs. You have failed them miserably. Bus drivers hear all the complaints. Put our buses back in their area. Your agency is unusual. This is a quote. Your agency is unusually and financially strong at the moment. You've got very substantial cash balance and investable fund balances that are discretionary in their uses. You spend all this money on consulting services, but don't consult the ones who are on the front lines, the drivers. How about investing in the drivers and giving us a cost of living raise to show how valuable we are? That's it. Thank you.
We have, next speaker is Walter Heron. Hopefully I pronounce it correctly.
Morning, Board of Directors. My name is Walter Heron. I've been living in Denton, Texas for 50 years. I left and went to the military. Now I live in Providence Village, Texas, 1921 Bridgeport Drive. I'm here to talk about retaining of the drivers. I think if we do like a payout for the PTO, that'll help the drivers stay working for us, look more into the healthcare. And I think we need to talk more about the COVID policy. We did have a meeting on the COVID policy. Y'all did give us 40 hours. We appreciate that. But being that COVID is coming back up again, I think we need to add more hours on COVID pay. I think we need to have a year-ending bonus for some of the drivers who's been here. And I think, like I said, I'm a veteran. So I think we need to adopt a veteran program where we can hire more veterans to come work for us. And I'm a union steward too. So ATU 1338, we have a saying if we fight together, if we stay together, we fight together. I think as us as operators and board of directors, if we all stay together and fight together, we can make the DCTA a better company. That's my opinion. So I also noticed y'all got a vacancy seat for seat 2. I think that should be an operator or someone who's, in-house where they could be on the board of director. So if y'all really consider that, and we need to do some more team building to keep the morale going up, like company sponsored events, and do more stuff in the community for its DCTA, like this festival coming up, like the Jazz Festival, Blues Festival, Juneteenth. I think we get more involved in the community, we can build a better team. So just think about that, and just think about the bus drivers that's trying to work and stay there, and just let's get together and have a team building, and just let's build this team the way it want to be. Because like I say, I've been here in Denton County for 50 years. Some of this stuff that's happening in Denton, we prayed for when we was kids, wish this could happen. When the bus company came in, it was like, wow, we are really moving up in the world. So a lot of people are kind of proud of all the bus systems. They might not come out and tell you that. They're proud of seeing buses in their town. Louisville is proud of seeing buses in their town. Howland, I don't know about Howland Village, but Howland Village is a different animal there. But Louisville and Denton, we all knew each other when we was young, but we all wanted all this stuff to come, like all the different restaurants, all the different events. So I think if we just stay together as a team, and just build this company up the way it's supposed to be, and then, take input from the drivers, I think we could do a real good job if we just stay together and work hard. That's it. You raising your hand?
On this program for drivers, what's it, $500 to pay retention bonus?
It was done last year. We can find the answer to that question as well as, I don't know if it's in
I don't know.
this year.
No, I mean, is it still in operation?
Yeah, I'll confirm with the government.
I don't have any more cards. Now we'll move over to anybody that's online virtually.
We have Eva Griffin.
I'll turn to Ms. Greco.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, good morning, all. I'm sorry about that. Eva Greco, from Denton. DCTA has vision, mission, and core values. Part of their core values is accountability by DCTA employees and board of directors to hold themselves accountable to their constituents and are committed to being exemplary stewards of public resources. Another core value is integrity. I'm not going to go into the details of it. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Excuse me?
Nobody said anything.
Oh, I thought my name was called.
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Are you still there, Ms. Greco?
Yes, I'm still here.
I can't hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I apologize for the confusion there. So these are all standards. You've heard the speakers today that came up. You've heard numerous individuals in the past. We had this feedback and I went through all 133 pages of this feedback that was posted. And I've spoken after the feedback finished, and right before it finished, I spoke quite a few times with Pamela Burns. When I read the responses from the town on Hickory Street at the bus station when we had the forum, which was not recorded. And the answers that are showing currently in the feedback are not the correct answers that were given to us at that time. It leads the public to mistrust DCTA. If you get where I'm, what I'm trying to say, we've tried to communicate with DCTA. We've just been made to feel like we're not heard. Go Zone, no matter what is said about Go Zone, good, bad, or indifference, in this feedback, it was just promoting Go Zone by DCTA and ignoring the public. Our fixed routes are a time of this present time. As far as mass transportation is concerned, that is what DCTA is there for. Mass transportation, public, not privatization. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other virtual speakers?
Yes, we have Christine has raised her hand.
Okay. So next speaker is Christine. If you could state your first and last name and your address, then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, is my microphone working?
Your microphone is working, yes. Could you please state your first and
Excellent.
last name?
My name is Christine Bray. I live in 76201 Denton. I just want to say I think the direction that the DCTA is choosing today, which I kind of expected to choose, but hope you won't choose, is favoring Go Zone over fixed routes. And I think we all know that that does not actually work. During the workshop with the Minerva consultant, there was actually a statement, I believe, from TJ Gilmore about how there was wariness about putting more advertising dollars behind Go Zone because the system couldn't handle more people, which I think just really demonstrates kind of what a failure Go Zone is. If there is concern about getting more riders for public transportation, no other system in the country that I know of says we shouldn't do this. It will get us more riders, which we don't want. But that's the unique problem with microtransit, that it doesn't have network effects. Network effects are very important in a lot of industries. In public transportation, what network effects look like is that when you put more buses on the road, you get better service for everyone. You have more frequency, you have more destinations, you have more routes. That doesn't happen with Go Zone. What happens with Go Zone is you go from a 30-minute wait time down to a 20-minute wait time until everybody realizes, oh, Go Zone is better now. And then more people start using it, because when you make a product better, more people want to consume that product. But for Go Zone, that's a problem. One thing that I hear is that DART has something like Go Zone. GoLink, people say that frequently. But GoLink is a last mile transit solution that gets people who live outside of a bus network, a high quality, frequent bus network, into a high quality, frequent bus network. Go Zone does not do that. That is not what Go Zone does. Go Zone tries to be a total mobility solution and fails. There's a reason that Boeing flies 737s and not prop planes. There's a reason that railroads use big trains and not handcars, and it's because that scale is what makes the system work. Microtransit does not have that scale. It does not work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other virtual speaking?
There are no other virtual speakers. However, we do have 2 additional in-person speakers who would like to speak at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, board members. Everyone doing fine? Great. My name is Kenneth Day. I am the president business agent for the Amalgamated Transit Union, representing NTMC bus operators. I represent transit employees in Dallas, private, public, and contractors. I'm here to speak on behalf of the drivers at NTMC. We understand that changes are being made, contemplating changes with the service. And I just want you to keep in mind the drivers. To get the best bang for your buck, we think would be with the, with the NTMC drivers. VIA is a contractor you're bringing in to provide service. Just think about it. It's hard to hire a bus operator at $20 an hour. And just think about when you go out and hire a contractor, someone you're gonna pay $15 an hour. what type of service you think you're gonna get? At the end of the day, it's not a service. You're gonna lose your quality of the service. You have dedicated, committed drivers here at NTMC. And they want to partner with you. They want to make sure that the service you're putting on the street is a quality service. It's just not a bus with DCT or VO on the side. You want to make sure that your drivers are trained. You want to make sure they are drug tested. Those things are important. A contractor, at the end of the day, is looking to make a profit. I think you as a board, you want a quality service on the street. You want your customers, your passengers to be proud, to be safe, and to, get back and forth to their destinations safely, and they be proud of it. So think about the service that you're putting on the street. Make sure it's quality. And I know you all, you do your due diligence, and I know you're gonna do your very best, but we think the best way would be is to keep your service in-house, where you have the control and you make sure that you have in place all the tools that you need to make sure that their service is quality. I want to thank you for your time, and I'm always available. Again, my name is Kenneth Day, president of the Local 1338 out of Dallas, Texas. Anyone feel they want to reach out to me, you're welcome to do so. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is DeVos Christian, Executive Vice President, Amalgamated Transit Union 1338. We're here today about a service that you implemented via whatever their name may be. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Probably not choosing to pronounce it right because, for one, it's a contractor. And when you implement and use contracting services, you're depleting your public ridership. When they're riding your buses, they're expecting good people, dependable people, people that care about them and want to get them from point A to point B safe. Now, when you're dealing with contractors, no benefits. People that you're hiring off the streets, limited drug testers, from what I'm hearing, no supervisors. Now, I don't know, how do you manage your buses with no supervisors? Now, the problem I got is contracting. What is the purpose of contracting? Our objective is to take care of the public. So if our objective is to take care of the public, why do we want to give them surplus service? Now, Mr. Day indicated that we represent different transit agencies. One, for me, that you might be familiar with is DART. DART uses contractors. You might have heard on the news about a month and a half ago, you can look it up. A contractor service that they utilize, the individual assaulted a handicapped passenger on their bus. Is that what you want? Is that what you're looking for? Is that the reason why you're choosing to save money? Because if it happened to DART, and we talk against it all day, every day, that's the reason why we're talking against it now. Now, my objective to take that person from point A to point B with respect, with courtesy, where I'll assist the driver if they need on the bus or off the bus. But a contracted service, you will not get that with. Then they're gonna make you the promises that they can do this, they can do that, they can do this, and they can do that. But the objective, like Mr. Day indicated earlier, is whatever you give them, they're not going to give to their people, to their employees. And that might not be an issue or concern for you, but you got to think about this. If I'm hiring anybody off the street, and the only thing I'm looking for is to do a job, and they don't care.
Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Thank you.
Huh?
Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have anybody else?
Chair, there's no one in the audience who wishes to speak at this time, and there are no raised.
Okay. Now we'll read in 2 emails for the record that we received. First one. My name is Karan Moore, 801 Kings Road, Denton, Texas, 76209. Want to make sure you can hear
I
me
think
clearly.
it's sufficient. We received those emails. I think it's necessary that they be read.
Yeah, let me ask, do I need to read them
No.
verbatim into the record?
You do not, you don't.
Okay.
A requirement that you read it verbatim.
Okay, in which case I will just say we received it, an email from Jerome Moore, and it is in our records.
And then each board member also received those.
And every board member has gotten it read. We also received an email from Roy Akowski, 708 Hercules Lane, number 113, Denton, Texas, 76209. All the board members have received this as well. And that's also have been reported in our records. So with that, we will then conclude the public hearing portion. The next is the consent agenda. Items 1 through 5 are on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda?
I did have a quick comment.
Chair, Vice Chair Gilmore.
Sorry about that. I did have a quick comment on the consent agenda. Rail ridership, based on the stats on this one, has doubled since last year. And of course, GO Zone ridership is almost double what we budgeted for this year. So our total system ridership to date is up over 158% year over year, which I think are outstanding. That is a massive amount of change and massive amount of value that we're putting on the ground for residents of Denton County. I wanted to ask though, if we can maybe get some follow up on this. Do we have data that shows how many GO Zone trips are dropped or picked up at the train station? I'm trying to parse out if GO Zone is driving that increase versus changing the frequency of the train back to, I think, 30 minutes. And I don't know if we can get a clean answer, but can we get an order of magnitude maybe out of that?
Yes, sir. I understand your question and we can work on that and follow up.
And then UNT, can anybody talk to me about why UNT ridership is so much lower than budget? Do we have any? We've budgeted 1 million rides and I think it's 720, 760 is the actual.
So a lot of factors going into that, including, are you talking year to date?
Yeah, I think
Ridership?
yeah, I think it's a year-to-date number. So it's, yeah, we've still got.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Let us dig into that one as well. There's a lot of factors related to enrollment, students returning back to school, all those sorts of things.
Well, and I'm wondering if we're cannibalizing. I mean, there is anecdotal evidence out there that UNT students are choosing to use paid service over a free service. And so I'm still kind of trying to see if we can't get a little understanding or a little bit more clarity on that. I know it's gonna be something we deal with in perpetuity. It's how do we create that opportunity, but in the budgeting change might help. That we're talking about today, but yeah, I'd just like a little more clarity or a little more insight.
Okay.
That's all I have, Jim.
Any other discussions on the consent agenda?
Chair, I'd like to just briefly on agenda, item number 3 on consent agenda. City of Highland Village, we will be appointing Fred Bushy to the NTMC board. Fred is former council member, love of transportation, much as I am. And so I thank y'all for allowing Fred to serve. I think he'll be an amazing addition to the NTMC board. So.
There's no other comments, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. We move on to our regular agenda. Item number 1, discuss strategic marketing and communication assessments, key messages and communication efforts. This will be a joint presentation by Paul Christina and Ashley Elsie of Minerva. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll turn this over to Ashley very quickly, but wanted to just put a comment out to say the purpose of this discussion is to provide the board an update as to the results of the work that Minerva has been doing following the strategic offsite. As you know, the purpose of that offsite was to generate alignment amongst the board members about what is most important for DCTA to be focusing on in the future in order to have a foundation for establishing mission, vision, values, and the goals and objectives for the organization. So Minerva has done really good work on that since we've gotten together. And so I'd like for Ashley to come up and make her presentation. And then as we wrap up, we'll talk about what comes next. So thank you, Ashley.
And then do you have the presentation? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so it was really great to be able to work with you guys. I think that was last month. So our team took everything that we heard, went back, and our sort of process that we go through is to come back with affectionately termed buckets of messaging that help to reflect the essence of the organization, the essence of where that organization is trying to go, and how you might start to put language around that. Okay, the little button's not working. Oh, there we go. Sadly, I don't know which button I just pushed to make it move. So when you think about key messaging, I'd like for you to think about it in a couple of ways. One is that we're not here today to like wordsmith it. If there's a word that's like egregiously off, then raise your hand and let's talk about it. But the goal is, does this reflect the essence of the organization? Does this reflect the soul of where we're trying to go? Does this help to set up a way in which we can talk about the organization? And also, once you put things on paper as messaging, that will then help to drive organizational goals and objectives, how you think about how your team is organized. Because if this is what you're saying you're about, then this is the organization and the strategy and the goals in which you're going to move forward to accomplish it. So the first sort of large scale bucket of messaging is getting each person where they need to go. So think about all the different services and all the different things that the organization does, and they might find a place to live in this sort of bucket of messaging. So these might be language that shows up in how you start to structure operations, how you think about bus routes, how you think about different services that you might want to evolve. So getting each person where they need to go. Public transportation is a game changer for the region, connecting individuals to jobs, businesses to communities, and towns to one another. It's about the connection that you guys all spoke about when we talked. DCTA provides public transportation to meet the needs of every member of the Denton County community. And what this should reflect here is that we are trying to serve a wide swath of people who have all kinds of different needs. And our goal is, how can we best meet the needs of those people? DCTA continually innovates its service offerings to evolve with the individuals and the communities we serve. If COVID has taught us nothing else, it's that we need to figure out how to evolve, how to be entrepreneurial in what we go about doing. And if that is true about DCTA, then that needs to be reflected in how you talk about yourself and what you're doing. So I'll pause if there's, and also feel free to interrupt me if you have questions or want to talk. I also know y'all have a really tight agenda, so I am going through this pretty quickly to ensure that you guys have time to ask any questions, but also to get towards the rest of the agenda, and we will have more time together later as well. So I don't want you to feel like we're rushing, but I also want to be sensitive to this volume of work that is in front of you.
Go back one slide. Yeah.
Oh, we could.
Getting closer to the week ago. Yes.
Trying. Oh. Is somebody else working? Oh.
Okay, I was confused too.
I was like, so I'm hitting the button. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Connecting individuals, jobs, businesses, to communities and towns to one another. So I just feel like one of things that we use the transportation for are not just for jobs or businesses. And it kind of is said in towns to one another, but if we could add, you know, for entertainment purposes. I mean, we encourage people to go to concerts and events and so just, it's also sort of entertainment.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's good feedback. Thank you.
Or even I would add just any life needs. Well, I think this is kind of covered, I guess, later on. I love the tag for work for play for life. That it's about work, but it's also about entertainment and getting to the doctor and just anything. Yeah. So I personally, I don't have a problem with this particular one, just because I think that that's covered in other spots.
Okay, but I appreciate that. And that's a sentiment that needs to be woven in. Any others? Okay, do you mind? Thanks. Making it easy for the writer. So this is about experience, right? It's about how people are experiencing all the different services we have to offer. DCTA aims to enhance the quality of life for our riders by delivering predictable, timely, and trustworthy public transportation. DCTA constantly improves our system to ensure every rider's experience is safe, convenient, and reliable. And then DCTA employs the latest technology to ensure our riders can move easily and efficiently wherever they need to go. So making it easy for the rider, like I talked about, that's about the experience. How are we thinking about that experience? How are we responding? How are we ensuring that our services are on time, that they're going to get them where they need to go? It's clean. If I get on the app's going to work and I'm going to be able to get there. So that's about, if your quality of life, you need to know that you got a reliable ride, right? Improving our system. This is saying out loud, like there are things we need to look at and we'll continue to look at to constantly improve the system that we're providing. And that can mean a lot of different things. That can mean the operation, that can mean the staff, that can mean the way in which we're thinking about the different routes. That can mean a lot of different things. And then DCTA continually innovates. So one of the things that I enjoyed so much about our last conversation is just the willingness to think of new ways to do things. So how could we innovate our services even further than you have? How can we think about the buses and Go Zone and all of the different services that are available? How can we innovate towards that? This is an entrepreneurial community. We come at things in that way, in that spirit. So how can that continue to show up and be part of the fabric of the organization?
Can I pull out something that I really like about this? I think you did an outstanding job with these. I think making the rider experience better, using transit easier for riders is definitely a really high priority for all of us. And I particularly like the note about improving our system, because I think what we've heard this morning and what we hear very frequently from residents of our service areas, that we're not always living up to this. And I like that this is acknowledging that we know we haven't always lived up to this. we want to improve. And I appreciate that acknowledgement.
Others in this regard?
Can you, does Crystal want to come in? Ask her, then we have one of our alternates that just was able to come in. I wonder if you get a chance to.
Sure. Okay. And I'm just making notes as we go. Just want to make sure we're reflected. Any others? Or are we good to move to the next? Great. Driving a better future for Denton, doing better for Denton. I also want to say out loud, we could also say Denton County to make sure that it is not just considered the city of Denton.
You're gonna need to do that.
I gotcha. Apologize about that. Should have thought of it. You know, that's just being from here, thinking about it that way. So DCTA helps drive the region's economy, transporting our people from Main Street to the city square to downtown. Every station on the transit line represents an opportunity for economic development and community engagement. DCTA's public transportation helps lead the county's sustainability efforts, providing energy efficient and economical solutions. So when you think about what we heard, this is about, as someone said, this is about the future of the county as well, right? Like this represents huge opportunity for all of the different people who are currently here and all the different people who want to come here. So how do we think about, and to your point, that this was a little bit trying to touch on that this is broader than just those kinds of services, that this is really reflecting a culture and an environment within the county. So transporting people from Main Street to City Square to downtown, that's sort of to reflect, you know, there's a lot of different ways that this could be used. One of the things that I thought was also really powerful, and this is a little bit more from like a business, corporate, economic development perspective, but how can we think about the transit lines and the stations and the opportunity that exists around those? And being intentional and strategic towards those. There's a lot of partnership opportunities that it could exist there. And then, of course, the piece that is also really important, the sustainability. How can we think about this from, you know, the environment perspective? There's good that's being done here. So how do we continue to improve those efforts? How do we continue to think about those efforts? And how do we think about like also communicating those efforts too? Because again, this is also part of communication. So
So I know we're not wordsmithing today. I do want to kind of stick a pin in that
Hit it.
Main Street to City Square to downtown. I think there probably is a better way we can word that to get at the point you're trying to make, but we don't need to hash
Okay.
it all out right now.
Okay. And then possible themes and tags. This is something we were just playing with, dreaming with for y'all. Getting people where they need to go for work, for play, for life. That we think there's a lot of things you can do with that. It is the primary service you're offering, and it doesn't pigeonhole you into anything. It actually gives you broad space to which to work. Driving Denton's people, we really like the alliteration that is happening there. Driving Denton County's people is not quite as like get you going, it's just quite the same way. But I do think that there are some ways in which we could play with that, if that's something that you guys want to talk about. Pause for any just general feedback. These aren't final. These are just, this is an iterative process. We want to have this conversation first, and then we'll go back and massage again.
So Ashley, I know just kind of back to my comment, but could we, and you, I'm sure have a better way, getting people where they need and want to go. Sometimes it's always not a need, like I need to go to work, I need to go to school, I need to. Everything that.
And you don't think the 4-player for life captures that?
Well, it's a thing through the entire presentation.
I think what you're trying to convey, Mayor, is that it's not out of necessity, it's by choice. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, and it's not
But it's
just,
not-
sometimes it's need, but sometimes it's not just that bullet point. There's some in the presentation, and I just feel like if we could need/want or another word.
Okay.
Yes, I know that it displays it later. But that's a bullet, those are bullet points that people first look at, need and want. Just my first.
Okay.
Maybe you just go to getting people to where they go.
What about moving Denton County for work, for play, for life?
Yeah.
I love the work, for play, for life tag. But
Yeah.
I'm very fond of that one.
So the good news is we've got more time
Yeah.
together with Ashley and so I'll let you wrap up. Ashley,
Yeah.
and then-
I just have, really appreciate all the components that we can use these, and then what I felt you were doing, I'm sure you have this all planned out in your head, but what I felt you were doing with those documents is here's the bold thing we're going for, and then within the body of the text, these are the drivers that I can action on. and
Yes,
are
sir.
Measurable.
Yes, sir.
And so having that thread in those lines, I think my only concern is, do we have anything, Paul, that she didn't capture in there in some of our measurables and actionables that we've been talking about?
So from the conversations that we had, I feel like this is pretty comprehensive of the things that we heard in the meeting. As I've taken a look at and staff has taken a look at how we might use these to drive measurable goals and objectives for the organization in the future, there's plenty to work with here.
Okay, I know when I've done these kinds of product programs before, it's all laid out, it's great, and then like there's this one key pillar that we just never got to because they were kind of two separate conversations. So I feel like you're really getting there. And
Thanks.
so I really appreciate that, but I love that linkage.
Yeah, and the board will have an opportunity as staff develops this work about how you take this and turn it into strategic goals and measurable goals to make sure we don't miss any of those things.
Thank you.
But
I mean,
plenty of meat on the bone here.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, so like the way that this will work next is, so we'll refine this, make sure we're reflecting some of the feedback that we've heard. And that this would actually drive, this can drive a strategic plan. This can drive how you start to operationalize this. So here are the overarching things that we're trying to accomplish. Here are the drivers that are going to do that. Here are the different services, the different business strategies that we're going to employ that fall into each of these categories to help us achieve these these goals. So that is how that gets operationalized.
Great framework. Thank you.
So from here, we will continue to work with Ashley to wrap up what is phase one, this engagement around this work, then their review of all of our platforms and how we engage in social media, our organization structure, the budget that we spend on advertising in various forms and all those sorts of things. And then we're formulating what is step 2 of our engagement, which is going to be around aligning and identifying those strategic goals and mission and core values and those sorts of things. So great work so far, and it's been a good process.
And Paul, can you remind me again of the timeline?
So I think we'll probably have phase 1 wrapped up here in the next couple of weeks. And then my goal is to get something going on that phase 2 before the end of the fiscal year. As we launch a budget on October 1, it would be great for the agency to have goals and objectives aligned with these sorts of ideas, if that's the will of the board. And so that's the goal over the course of the next 60 days or so.
Any other comments?
It was great. Thank you for your efforts on this.
Thank y'all. All right, thanks, you guys.
And now, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call up Pamela Burns from our public communications team to talk about some of the engagement efforts we have ongoing right now. Thanks, Pamela.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, board. I'm going to provide an update on some of the engagement efforts that we have that are ongoing. First up, we have our member city and county communications coordination that was requested by the board. All of the outreach to those individuals has been completed, and everybody has been very interested and excited about getting this started. Our first meeting is actually scheduled for Wednesday, August 17th, to just introduce each other. We'll be providing some upcoming events communications outlets that we're using and really how we can leverage each other's resources, be it through social or advertising, word of mouth, hand-to-hand engagement. So again, I've been working with the people on this list. If there are others that you would like included, please let me know. But staff has been wonderful to work with and incorporating other people from their agencies as well. Moving on to our business outreach and engagement. So we've started calling and emailing our top 10 contacts in each of our member cities in Denton County, working to set up kind of introductory meetings, learn about what the employers need from us, what their goals are in terms of sustainability or savings for themselves or their employees, and collect that data so that we can kind of develop a plan for those individual businesses. Right now, we're really going to be focusing on the Employee Pass Program, which is a discounted pass program that employees can take advantage of, and the Van Pool program, since that's been so successful and it's very easy to implement. Anything else kind of regarding like fixed route or intermodal type projects would need a little bit more coordination, and we'll be taking the data that we collect back to our planners and consultants to implement broader programs for our businesses. We're also working with COG to get a list of businesses that are along the A-Train line. We've heard at our board meetings that we want to increase A-Train ridership, and what better way than to look at those businesses that are within about a mile or so of the rail corridor, and with Go Zone really kind of up to 4 miles, since that's been talked about as our limitation on the service there. So with summer schedules, it's been really hard to nail down a lot of people to get these meetings set up. So once school is starting up, we expect that engagement to trend upward a little bit more and get some of those meetings on the calendar. So we really started counting on the cities and the county as major employers as kind of our first point of contact. Since y'all are all here and you're aware of us, it seems kind of like I don't want to say low hanging fruit, but it's a good intro into this discussion.
I'll jump in here to say that I know that some board members and alternates have expressed a desire to be engaged with the businesses as DCTA makes this outreach, and so we'll be sure to do that. And if it's not you as an individual board member, if you've got people on your staff or your team that you want to be at the table when Pam and her team make those contacts, we're happy to facilitate that as well.
I think if you feel it'll help, pull every lever.
We would love for y'all to help and provide assistance. So Brittany or I or some combination will be reaching out to y'all for how to do that and what that looks like.
I just want to add on that real quick that, maybe even add a specific column for Denton County. We've got different programs and things that might just touch outside some of the member cities.
Sure.
So maybe the column for Denton County and take Denton County out of the Denton list, because we have also facilities in Louisville that could affect, I'm thinking some of our MHMR, some of our health departments, locations that support a lot of what's going on with ridership and the needs for that.
Absolutely. I've made note. I'll include that in our next round.
And to reinforce that, that does get into a little bit of a gray area, and where we're not marketing, but we are trying to expand our footprint with other municipalities. So, if some of that budget's needed, or I don't have an issue with that if we're trying to grow footprint.
Yeah, and I do think that some of this is going to kind of overlap with those value propositions, that we're making in some of the non-member cities and what services we can offer. So there's going to be a lot of overlap going on between those efforts.
In that work column.
Yeah.
Allison, do you have a comment?
Yeah. Well, I have a question regarding van pool promotion. This might be more of a question for Paul. Obviously van pool is one of our most successful programs. Do we have DCTA decals or anything on our van pool vehicles?
It's a good question. I know that we just renewed the contract with the provider, and I haven't seen those new vans running yet.
Because that might be just a quick and easy PR thing to just, even if it's just a magnet, because I know they're rental vehicles, but just a DCTA magnet on the side so people see that logo and see us out in the community moving people.
Right, I know we've had that in the past, and it's important to know if we have that on the current vehicles. Okay, yeah, so it is required in the contract. So the deal actually happens between NCT COG and the employer. And so it's the employees at the place of employment that make the deal, but NCT or DCTA runs the contract. And so, thanks, Brittany.
Anything else before I move on?
Briefly, what's the time frame that you guys have mapped out for doing the outreach on that previous slide?
So as I mentioned, our first meetings, we've been trying to schedule them, but we're really looking to start those in August. Once people are coming back from summer vacation and school's back in session, we're gonna have a lot more people physically in the office and able to host those meetings. So
Are you hopeful to have that done in 30, 60, 90, 120?
that's a really good question. I think some of it kind of depends on our decisions that are gonna be made later today too, and what work is involved in that. For these top 10 businesses, that's probably going to be an ongoing effort, probably for at least, I would say 60 days, if not longer. Okay, so the final slide that I have for this presentation is on our ridership campaign. This campaign did start July 1st. We've been advertising in the following outlets. I have an asterisk next to a couple of our different types of media that really indicates that we're getting some sort of added value or free promotion. We have billboards that we're paying for. We have utility bill inserts that are free of charge, primarily in Highland Village, in our press release announcing that campaign. So you can see that our ad spend there, there's some samples of the collateral that we put out there on these different mediums. And we also have a set of kind of retro graphic novel buttons to accompany the campaign that we'll be handing out at some of our upcoming outreach events. And we have those available for all the board members. If you'd like one or all four of them, those are available as well. And so we'll be continuing this campaign intermittently throughout the end of the year. And that's all I have today. Are there any other questions?
Any other questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else, Paul, on agenda item 1 that you?
No, sir. Thank you.
That concludes agenda item 1. We will move on now to agenda item number 2, discuss public feedback and consider approval of service changes in fare and pass structure effective no later than November 1st, 2022. Paul, Christina, Gary Trelo, Will Burns, Chris Newport, and Daniel Berkowitz. Paul, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this agenda item, obviously, we'll be making a service decision that we've been working on over the course of the past several months. Typically, as is our practice, we would have a motion or a recommended motion to lead off this agenda item. Because there are 3 different decisions to be made inside of this agenda item and a high number of variables. What we've opted to do is craft the motion as the board makes decisions around the base fare structure or the fare structure, the pass structure, and then the service itself. And so the way that we anticipate this will work is we'll step through first an operations overview that Javier will provide, and then we'll step through each one of those 3 decisions individually. The flip chart that you see there with the sticky notes will be a means by which we can record what is the decision or the consensus that was reached on that particular item. We'll set that to the side. And once we get through all 3 of the steps, we'll ask you to take a recess so that we can craft a final slide with a motion that reflects the decisions that were made through the conversation, so that then the vote can be had, if that's acceptable to you.
Sounds great.
Okay. Great. Well, Javier, I'll turn it over to you.
All things the intro. Since Paul has outlined the conversation for today, I'll go ahead and kick off the usual Go Zone performance update that I've been providing. Next slide, please. So June ridership for DCTA overall on the Go Zone service is up 24% over May as a result of the additional ridership growth, as well as adding capacity to the service. This also represents an acceleration of growth from 15% in May over April. So pretty big jumps in ridership. Again, both involving increased capacity and demand that we've seen overall. Let's see. Next slide. Back to you, Simon.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Mr. Chair, can we pause? We have a whole lobby full of people. We may put some shit loud in the living room, see our presentation. I think that'd be beneficial.
Yes, sir. You do that.
I'd love to have our guests.
Let's take a couple minutes. Yeah.
We can scoot forward a little bit. to make room.
Oh, sure. Our guests are straining their necks to see how they, I'd love to accommodate those.
Yes, sir.
Take a break for a few minutes.
Future technology
Okay, good call. Thank you all. We're going to reconvene. 11:15. Let's continue our presentation. Welcome our audience.
We start over.
This one, yes, sir. Thanks. Happy to start from the top. Okay, as I was started off, ridership and service hours by month. June ridership for DCTA on the GO Zone service was up 24% on May over June, and then also a 15% jump from May over April. On this slide, we can see the usual demand versus, usual rides completed versus net driver hours. You can see the increase in hours from April to May to June, and the accompanying ridership that increased with the demand as well. As we've noted, ridership growth is a factor of two things: increased demand, which is basically requests on the service over the course of the month, as well as increased availability of seats on vehicles, which basically means better completion rates overall. Next slide. So we've seen an efficiency increase by 10% over June. What does that mean? Utilization and efficiency go hand in hand. Utilization means number of rides per hour per supply hour based on service. We've seen an increase of 10% from 3.3 to 3.6 rides per vehicle hour in June. While we did trade off some efficiency for quality of service in May, the higher demand responses translated to better efficiency than economies of scale. Month over month, we've increased supply since the kickoff of the budget amendment by 16%. We've reduced ETAs by 13% and dropped seat unavailable errors by over 40%. Denton saw a return to 4.0 efficiency overall from 3.8, and Louisville Highland Village saw a large margin as well of 12% increase to 2.9. July is actually tracking a little bit better even in Louisville and Highland Village, and we're looking at 3.1 for efficiency numbers. Next slide, please. So this is just a general overview of the quality of service and improvement over the course of time. We've obviously seen a quick deployment of service increase in May and June, and we've been able to bring the quality of GO Zone service quite a bit of improvement, as can be seen on this graph. Seat unavailable has fallen, as we said, 40%, and we've gone from 9% in May after deployment, has dropped down to 5% in June. I want to preface this with the fact that we came up with these SLAs and quality performance numbers based on a certain number of requests. That was an 80,000 request mark. We are already pushing past 90,000 requests in June, and we're looking at probably close to 95,000 requests in July. So we're holding these SLAs pretty closely, even with the increase in demand. You can see that the ETAs have gone down as well. We're not tracking quite yet at the 15-minute mark, but given the demand, we're pretty happy with the ETA drop that we've seen overall. Next slide.
Before you leave,
Yes, sir.
excuse me, before you leave that slide, how did you get to you said on average, really it's 2.6 minutes longer, because somehow you must have been able to go back and check those that I think the software just says it's over 25 minutes and actually got a real number to get to that, or a better estimate. How did you get it?
Say that one more time, I'm
Well,
sorry.
yeah, I'm looking at it, it says on average, the wait time is actually 2.6 minutes longer than proposed.
Oh, okay.
That's probably because it stops at over 25 and there's a way to get to that.
So, okay, so this is a call out based on ETA. So ETA is what the app will show you. So let's say it says 18 minutes till your ride and you book that ride. This is a deviation. So on average, the wait time is actually 2.6 minutes longer than the proposal.
Than what the app
will say. It's a deviation based on the actual arrival of the vehicle compared to what you're proposed on.
Okay, so you are saying that the actual wait time is
a little bit higher.
It's really about 20, almost 20 and a half.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Does the SLA that we, the new SLAs that we adopted in May, is that based on proposed ETA or actual wait time, or does it distinguish?
I believe the SLAs were written based on proposed wait time.
Okay. can we well, I mean, you're kind of doing this now, but in future presentations, can we see proposed ETA and actual wait time as kind of separate metrics?
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you.
And what gets to that, my assumption is what's creating that simple traffic flow could create that.
Yeah, it's a proposed ETA that doesn't take, I mean, it does take traffic into account, but that changes as we know, or deviations or anything else that could happen on the way. This slide is just a general overview of some of the things that we've discussed so far. Overall, we've seen over the past 2 months, 1,000 additional weekly van hours added to the system. We've seen an additional 3,000 weekly rides since the service was expanded earlier on. A 9% drop in seat unavailability and a 5-minute ETA improvement on ETA quality service. So as we can see, we try to hold steady around 4,250 weekly van hours. So, and then we're 6% seat unavailability is actually what we're seeing now. So this is, we do have some updates since writing. So it's in July, we're tracking a little bit higher with ETAs, just based on the increased demand. From going from 90,000 requests to almost 95,000 requests, it's definitely, we're definitely seeing a load on the system. Any questions on the slide? As we discussed before, FTA qualifying incidents are part of our KPIs with VIA, which is basically under one incident, one FTA reportable incident every and a 3-month trailing average over the course of 100,000 miles. A quick reminder on what a FTA qualifying incident is. It is identified as a incident where there is disabling damage to the vehicle or an incident received medical attention away from the scene of the accident, transported to a hospital, et cetera. We've had 10 of these incidents since service launch and 7 in this fiscal year, which is the same as last time we met. The last FTA qualifying incident was in June. I do have a small update from that. There was an FTA qualifying incident in July as well that was as of after this time I was writing. The way that we look at these incidents, as I said, we look at a 3-month average. The bar on this chart shows the 0.12% FTA incident over the course of the past 3 months. Any questions on this or any at all?
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding how 3-month trailing averages are calculated, but if there's been based on the data from June, 1 FTA qualifying incident in the last 3 months. Obviously that's about to change once you get the new numbers in, but wouldn't it be like 0.33? As a 3-month trailing?
It's per 100. It's per 100,000.
Per 100,000. Thank you.
Okay. Last item for the GO Zone discussion here. We'd like to discuss a situation where we're amending the GO Zone contract year and current fiscal years. When the service was launched, as we all know, September 7th, 2021 was launch date. That doesn't quite correspond with our fiscal year. So I think to best explain it, this graph kind of shows that the original 2-year contract that we have with VIA and the not to exceed situation really spans 3 years. We have 3 weeks in FY21, we have all of FY22, of course, in FY23. The GO Zone contract year 1 aligns with the last 3 weeks of FY21 into part of or almost the end of FY22. When we came to the board in April, the board did approve an amendment to get us through the end of the year 1 contract, which ends on 9/6. We discussed with the board the possibility of downturn in demand during the summer, possibly getting us to the end of FY22 and not needing to do any more additional investment into the service at the time. As we have noticed, there's been no summer downturn. We've actually seen an increase in demand with the service. So that being said, next slide. This graph is pretty busy, but I'll try to do my best to explain it. There's 3 different scenarios that we're looking at. We're looking at a scenario where we transfer budget and some supply from FY23 to FY22. We're currently looking at a $600,000 shortfall for the service right now to get to the end of FY 22, those last 3 weeks. I just want to be clear that what we're looking at is not adding additional investment at the moment to the service. It's just extending that first 2-year contract to a 25-month situation. Currently, right now, we're tracking at year 2 capacity about 73 to 71,000 rides per month. This is the proposed FY 23 budget and capacity that's involved with that. This downturn that we see here is kind of is one of the options. It's a do nothing scenario where we actually have to pull back service from the street at a rate of approximately 50%. The 2 different scenarios that we have are adding $600,000 the back half of FY 22 to reach the end of the service and get everything aligned for budget purposes and contract simplicity moving forward. And then the other option, as I mentioned, is taking some capacity from FY 23 at the rate of about 6% and sliding that over to year 2, which would not increase the value of the contract whatsoever. And it would get us a little bit less capacity for next year. We have to keep in mind that we're also looking at fare adjustments. We don't really know quite yet what the fare adjustment will do to the service. There could be a slight downturn in demand. We're unsure yet. So next slide, please. Unless there's any questions on that. I know it's a busy slide. I'm sorry. Back up one.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
And that's
Yes, sir.
a do not exceed, right? That's 600.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's so.
We will manage the hours within the constraints of that budget at that point. So spoke to these a little bit now. There are 3 options available to the board. But what we're looking for as staff, we're looking for direction from the board on August service level. We're not coming back with an amendment request today. We'll come back with that in August based on the desired outcome here. What we're looking for as staff is to move forward in August with the just direction on how we should proceed with our existing budget authority. Do we keep service as it is right now? Do we maintain the quality of service and amount of supply that we have on the street? Or do we scale back based on option 3? The 3 options that we have in front of us are, first one is to allocate budget from FY 23 to FY 22. What that means is we'll take some supply hours that we had set aside for FY 23. We'll shift them over to FY 22, and that would be $600,000 worth of FY 23 budget, increasing our budget in FY 22 by $600,000. Again, this would be no change to the value of the service contract in this particular option. Option 2 increases the FY 23 budget by $600,000. It keeps our current supply and budget for FY 23 intact. And then what this one does increase the FY 22, FY 23 budget by $600,000 overall. This would include no change to FY 23 service capacity. Option 3, no change to either budget on either fiscal year, and we scale back service by 50% in August and September to reach budget goal, and then no change to FY 23 service capacity. So option 3 is really a strong effect on FY 22 service for the rest of the year. So again, looking for direction from the board on how to proceed with August and September as far as service hours are
Go ahead and start. Is anybody interested in option 3? Basically, do nothing and let service drop down 90%.
I feel like I have to explain why I don't favor option 3, because I think that a lot of people probably would expect me to do that. I would be very concerned about, UNT and TW start back at for the fall semester on August 29th. And scaling back service 50% at a time when students are coming back to school would strain the system to the point that, I would be very, very concerned about even more folks getting stranded without transportation than we're currently seeing. So that's why I don't support option 3.
Thank you. Okay. I don't think anybody's really in favor of option 3. So let's focus on options 1 and 2.
Okay. Would you like for staff to come back with both options as something to vote or choose on in August, or would you like to give us direction on is there a discussion that you would like to have here regarding a direction that we should take on in that month.
I'm comfortable with giving direction. I'd rather just see us add budget option 2. I just think that's the cleaner, easier thing for us to measure against. I mean, there's an argument that we might have ridership decline a little bit, but I don't want to take that risk.
So that makes sense. The important part is that we're gonna use the budget that we have remaining to maintain the current service level through the month of August. And in September, you will get a budget amendment that will allow you to vote on one of those two options. $600,000 either coming out of FY23 proposed.
Yeah, it's which pocket it's coming from.
That's right. Okay. So with that direction, we will proceed with current service levels into the month of August and bring you an amendment at that August board meeting.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Very much. Next slide. I think we can probably bypass this one. This is what we've discussed already as far as budget is concerned. So with that, I will turn this over to Chris and Stephen from Accenture.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Morning, board. It's good to see you again. Stephen David from Accenture. This is Chris Newport from Accenture. So we're going to do a little bit of a swap. Historically, we have presented the public feedback section last in our presentations over the past 2 months. What we wanted to do is make sure that we open up, remind you where we're at in this particular juncture, and then actually start with the public feedback section so you can see how much interaction we had, the sort of tenor and tone of the interactions. And then we'll move into the decision points of both FAIR, PASS, and the service network. So if we can go to the next slide. As a reminder, I think you've seen this probably 6 times, 7 times now. We are in the month in which we're making a decision. The goal has been to iteratively approach each decision point, gaining feedback each month from the board, incorporating that feedback and coming back with information. And so what you will be seeing today is the culmination of that work and leading up to the decision point for today. You can go to the next slide. One thing that we wanted to make sure of is you've seen this slide as well a litany of times. Over the course of this, we've tried to make sure that at each milestone, we give the updates to the board. After this decision point is made, we will be going into the implementation phase. You'll see a few slides that address that, but what we have done in the past is envisioned it being a 3-month period with a decision point today, being made today with a November 1st launch of service. However, based on feedback from the board in last meeting, we have a couple of scenarios in which there's a potential in which we could shorten that timeline. So we'll be going over that later at a later point in the deck. And so now, if you can go to the next slide, I will turn it over to Pamela, who will go over the public involvement process and walk you through the public's reaction.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start and just go over some of the metrics that we've collected from the public involvement process. This first slide is our marketing and communications promotion. I don't think I need to read all of this to you, but I can tell you that our advertising impressions were up from the previous public involvement period that was in 2021, from 4.5 million to 6 million. Our media articles secured was less, but our total readership and ad value was reasonably the same. I think last time we had about 92 million, and this one we were around 90 million. For our social media impressions and engagement, those also increased from the previous public involvement round. Something that I will note on the emails distributed, we had 5 dedicated emails specifically about just opportunity to provide public involvement and comments. The number of recipients has increased, but we also had a greater than 94% average open rate, which is ridiculous when you're talking about email marketing. For comparison's sake, last year's was 14% open rate. So we're talking a dramatic increase there. And we had an increase in the partner features and mentions as well, up from 20 to 30. The next slide. The community and stakeholder outreach, this was more of our kind of one-on-one direct contact with the public. Again, the numbers were fairly similar to last year. We had almost 70 calls and emails compared to 80 last year. We had more in-person impressions. We were over 5,000 compared to 3,000 last year. We made 11 community presentations. Now, I will say Last year, there were significantly more community presentations. I wasn't here at the time, but I'll have to go back and look to find out why. But because our engagement rates were so much higher substantially, the number of presentations made was getting the job done and getting it across to the public. We had almost 400 brand ambassador hours riding the buses and letting people know about the opportunity, which was up from 56 last year. And then something new that we added were the mailers. We sent direct mailers to specifically Louisville and Highland Village because there were some just different demographics in those areas that would lend themselves a little bit better to that. And we actually saw a really good increase in engagement rate as a result of those mailers. So really happy that we pursued that. And then on the next slide, this is a summary of the microsite. So we had 24,000 visits, which was down from last year of 44,000. But on the next row there, you'll see we had 8,000 unique visitors and 990 unique stakeholders. So when you do the math, that shows that we have about a 12% engagement rate from the people who actually came to the website. 12% of them actually interacted with us and provided feedback. Anything over 6% is considered very high when you're talking about online engagement. And I will say that last year's engagement rate was approximately 3%. So that's good. Our fare and service survey responses, those were 775, up from around 400. And then we received 325 total comments, which was just down a little bit from the previous year's number of comments. So moving on to the next slide. I heard at the last board meeting, we were interested in looking at sentiment analysis. And now that the public involvement comment period has been completed, Social Pinpoint, our microsite provider, does have some sentiment analysis built into the online map feature, as well as the ideas wall. It's not a perfect science because it is, AI, and it's just picking out keywords. But you can see here, on the map, we have kind of an overwhelming majority of neutral. And then on the ideas wall, the most significant was negative. And just a quick summary of some of those, they were actually very similar between the two methods of input. But the positives were, people who were able to get go zones, they liked the service, they understood how the service has the potential to interact with fixed route. They were looking at suggestions for new stops. And they love the cost of go zone. They think it's very affordable. Some of the negatives, and I think that y'all heard this and probably seen it in the public comments that we provided you, were safety issues, go zone driver behavior, or maybe the locations of the virtual stops weren't necessarily in a safe area, interacting with other traffic and vehicles on the road. And then the wait times and frequencies were something that came up on that negative side as well. And then the neutral and mixed, a lot of people just want to see the inclusion of more areas, which I know the board has discussed already today. Reaching out to additional potential member cities, identifying some points of interest, and maybe having those like service hubs or something like that. On the next slide, you've seen this before, I think, as well, but we just want to make sure that we're highlighting that, the majority of our responses to our survey and our comments have come from Denton County. We're looking at close to 70%. So the people of Denton County are the ones overwhelmingly providing the feedback. And then close to 30% of those came from that 76201 zip code. In the board memo, there was a link to the full range of public comments that we received. I think somebody earlier referenced all 100 and some odd pages of it. That report or that file is available on our website for viewing at dcta.net/comments2022.
Just a couple of quick comments on this slide. I appreciate that 70% is Denton County, but those pie charts have 30% not Denton County. And I need to see it without that skewage.
Okay, so you're saying the charts on the previous slide for the sentiment analysis?
That's my understanding.
You would like to filter out?
Yeah, if you're not in Denton County, sorry, that's our tax dollars.
Sure, understood.
And so I feel like that skews this pie chart for me. Now, the rest of the board may feel differently, but I don't have an interest.
Well, my only, my first instinct is to agree. My only concern would be, what about, for example, Dallas County residents who use the A train to travel to Denton County? I am interested in their input
If-
because they are riders.
If we can get that kind of granularity, that's great. But if I see folks from out of state,
Sure.
I know there's an agenda there.
There we go. Yeah, I'd be comfortable with throwing out data from people who are out of state.
Well, I think it might be interesting just to, you have the one that has just Benton County and you have the other one. You kind of go from there. So, did you have a comment?
I think Allison touched on it. I was just concerned that we had people, because I noticed down here where you talk about it outside of Denton County, it's really people that would be riding the A train. And I think I wouldn't want to see us lose all of that input.
Yeah, and we have zip code data, so we can pull at least like the North Texas zip codes and what looks close to that. There could be, a few tourists and visitors, but those are going to be few and far between. So yeah, looking at North Texas zip codes, we could pull that information.
That kind of breakout would help me
Yeah,
better
absolutely.
understand. And this one is for Member McGuire, that zip code that we have another 20, almost 29%. That's primarily the UNT section of Denton, is that correct?
It's, well, yeah, I mean, it's what you see on the map, that kind of purple area, that's the sort of southwest of the square, so it's not there, it's a big zip code, it's not just campus, but it is kind of the central part of the city.
Okay, would you say that it is dense in housing? I mean, this is my ignorance of, so would it be, is it a population thing? Is it a population demographic thing, or is it just more a density of population in general?
I don't know if I can answer that question necessarily, but I will say that is the densest part of the city.
I mean,
yes.
because it's, 28%, that's not insignificant.
Mhm.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
7,000 people are in the 76201 zip code.
So statistically would be right on number if you assume Denton's right at 130. So nothing too out of
It's
the whack.
closer to 150, but yeah.
I know you college towns always float those numbers. My hometown doubles in size when the snowbirds show up, so I get it. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there anything else before I turn it over?
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, board. So what we are going to do now is we're going to take the way that we've been doing the presentations in previous meetings. We're going to take it iteratively. We're going to start with the fair. We're going to walk through the fair presentation that we gave and then come to a decision point. Then we'll do the pass and then we'll do the service network changes. And then at the very end, what we'll do is we'll go to a recess and build where Chris is going to be. As we go through our discussion, Chris will be helping to move the sticky notes as a visual aid for y'all into what our decision points are going to be. And then in that recess, what we'll do is we'll build the motion for the board to make so we can actually make a full throated motion that will address fair, pass, as well as service. Before we sort of kick into that, is any of that not make sense? Do you want me to answer any questions? Perfect. So we can go to the next slide, please. So what we wanted to open back up with is a rehash of diving into that survey. Two very specific questions. The first was, how much are you willing to pay for the mode of travel? And then the second question is the consideration around the three different fare models. So the first that we see is that the vast majority of the residents who are respondents of the survey wanted to see Go Zone be $3 or less. And then within the second, what we saw is the overwhelming majority wanted to see some flat fare with distance-based fare and hybrid fare following that. So if we can go to the next slide. So what we also wanted to do was talk about the distribution of demand by distance, and this is in direct reference to the fee per mile that y'all wanted to entertain in the last meeting. The average daily distance of completed rides is 4.4 miles. So originally, when we spoke about that 4 mile starting point for the fee per mile, that tracks with what especially when trying to encourage rider behavior. 44% of the rides are greater than 4 miles, 5% of the rides are very long, which is defined as 10 plus miles. And then pricing based on distance can help reduce the number of long and costly rides and help get us back in line with those metrics that we set through the VIA contract, which is a prescribed wait time and a prescribed seat unavailability number. So we can go to the next slide. So we're going to be, I wanted to rehash at a high level the fare structure recap, or the fare structures. So we have flat fare, distance-based fare, and hybrid fare. Flat fare is just what it says it is. It's a flat fare. One of the things is that it allows you, it removes your ability as an organization to influence rider behavior, but it's also the simplest for the rider. With a distance-based fare, that gives you it removes the revenue predictability for DCTA, but it also gives you your maximum leverage for being able to influence rider behavior to get Go Zone riders to ride that sort of sweet spot distance. And then hybrid, the hybrid fare allows for a minimal flat fee. So that would be, in this particular instance, what we'll speak about, a base fare. And then you add a per mile fee based on a certain distance threshold. And then what that gives is it gives both predictability for the rider, revenue predictability for the most part for DCTA, and still allows you to retain that leverage and influencing rider behavior. So the considerations that we have to make today is we have to make a consideration around the base fare, the per mile fee, and the fare cap itself. So the base fare, pursuant to the last board meeting, you all agreed that you wanted to be $1.50. What that did was that puts you in parity with for the base fare for fixed route, or the fee for fixed route. So the assumption here, and I'm going to continue to assume this, is that y'all want to keep it at $1.50 to make sure we have parity across all modes of transit, or at least parity with A-Train and with Connect. And as well as allowing for you to have that sort of predictable base. Is that still where the board wants to go? Okay, perfect. So the next that we're going to talk about is a per mile fee. We had consensus at the previous meeting that you wanted to start the per mile fee at 4 miles. Is that something, based on the data that we've seen, we see that the average ride is 4.4 miles. We believe that that's going to be the sweet spot for being able to influence rider behavior and start that per mile cap or per mile fee. Does the board want to continue to pursue that logic of 4 miles, having that when the per mile fee kicks in?
Well, with previous consensus.
That's correct.
And that's roughly 44%, give or take.
That's
of the
correct.
Ridership.
Or go beyond 4 miles.
Go beyond
4.4 miles.
Yes.
So then I'm gonna actually pause on asking y'all to make a determination about 25 to 50 cents, because there's a slide that we can get a little bit more data in front of you. But now the next is the need to determine a 25 or 50 cent per mile fee. And then from a fare cap perspective, the thing that we need to be able to address is where do we put the fare cap at to make the most sense based on what we know. So what we heard 2 meetings ago was that the fare cap was going to be put in at $5 based on the demand that we've seen in riders since the inception of the start of Go Zone, as well as understanding that there's going to be a $1.50 base fare. That $5 cap is actually way too high. You have to ride, I think, like 16 miles to actually hit that cap, right? So there's actually a cap that lines up actually more closely with what the public said they wanted to see for Go Zone costs as sort of a max fee. So if we can go to the next slide. Wanted to walk you through, you saw this last time, but I wanted to make sure that we reiterate. So within the third column down here, we have a $1.50 base and 25 cents per mile. We have, and then in the next column, we have $1.50 base with 50 cents per mile fee. The yellow is representative of a $2 cap, and the teal is representative of a $3 cap. And so at a 25 cent per mile cost, at a $2 cap, we see that cap kicks in at 6 miles. So if the average ride is 4.4 miles, we'll see it kick in. People will get an additional mile. We'll see that 175 and then $2 hits. And then after that, that cap would kick in, and anything above 6 miles would be capped at $2. That's in the 25 cent per mile. At a $3 cap, what we see is an iterative increase after 4 miles until it hits the 10+ mile mark. And then that hard cap kicks in. So there's no difference between someone going 10 miles and someone going 16 miles. So what this allows for is the room in which you can have that rider behavior influenced by an increasing fee. And that's in the 25 cent mile category. Now, if we do the 50 cent mile increase, we see that mileage kick in. We see that cap kick in at $2 at the 5 mile mark, which, to be honest, sort of defeats the purpose of creating a threshold in which the per mile fee kicks in and then immediately after it, the cap hits. And then at $3 cap, we see they kick in at 7 miles. So if I was to talk about it from a data perspective and the purposes of trying to influence behavior, if you are looking to influence the 25 cents per mile, both the $2 and $3 are meritorious just based on your perspective. If you're trying to do a 50 cent per mile, I don't think that the $2 cap would be something to put into consideration just because it sort of defeats that purpose of having that iterative, that incremental increase when trying to influence.
Okay, I'm struggling here. When did we even discuss a $2 cap?
We didn't discuss a $2 cap. So originally we discussed.
So not specific, we never talked about a 2 or a 3. We always talked about a 5.
That's correct. And the challenge is that the $5 cap never hits. So we have to, again, we have to go 17-ish miles.
Yeah, I'm okay.
It
I'm
doesn't even-
okay with that.
It just floats.
So the motivation for introducing these chair was, that's right, with the feedback from the board was to keep the cap at or below, no greater than, equal to, no greater than Spain.
Yeah.
However, we also wanted to reflect, you were reflecting the feedback that's expressed during the public involvement period around what the variable were. So you're seeing that reflect. So it's additional, incorporating that additional context into the discussion with the board.
So it's just introducing another variable.
So I think that there are a couple of ways that we can interpret that data around the question of how much are you willing to pay for mode of travel. That, majority, well, not a majority, a plurality of respondents said that they are willing to pay less than $1 for Go Zone and $1 to $2 for fixed route. And if our goal, which is, has been our goal so far in this conversation, if our goal in the design of the Go Zone fare is to encourage folks to use it as a first and last mile solution to connect to fixed routes and to the A train, then it makes sense to keep the fixed route fares where people say that they are comfortable paying between $1 and $2 and make the Go Zone fares a little bit higher than what people say that they're comfortable paying. It's not necessarily about giving people exactly what they want. It's about using that data to influence rider behavior. That's all I got.
No, I think it's a very.
That was it. It's just another way of looking at that. I get that our consultants are wanting to provide us with several options and taking into account that feedback from the public, but there are a few different ways we could look at that feedback from the public.
And I don't see it as throwing in another variable. I think it was part of the feedback that we were receiving. And so to what Mr. Byer is saying, we wanted the feedback. We need that. That's kind of an integral part of what we're doing. Because that's important to our decisions from what our people were feeling. And then also, how does that mesh with how we do everything else? So I see this as what I was expecting to kind of see.
So I feel comfortable giving my direction. Are you looking for direction on this right now? Okay.
Can we check the next slide? So what if you can go back to. So we're providing an opportunity at the end of this meeting to go over everything, at the end of this set of presentations to go over everything all at once. I'm happy to entertain the fair conversation right now, and we can make the decision and move on. If you want to wait until we talk about fair and pass altogether, we can do that as well.
Now let's go ahead and see if we can get to a decision here.
Perfect. Okay.
What's
You can go forward 2 slides.
there?
So the decision points that we have to make, and we'll put them over here, is we have to determine what the base fare is going to be. Last month, we said base fare is going to be $1.50, so that's made. The next conversation that we need to have is whether we want to do a 25 cent or a 50 cent per mile fee. Based on the 2 columns here, in regards to influencing rider behavior, all you're gonna see is just incremental increases of either 50 cents or 25 cents. Now, what I will point out over here is that we went ahead and did the job of trying to predict what revenue could be based on demand. And it had a 25 cent and 50 cent per mile fee with a $5 cap, which is the far column. You see roughly $140,000 difference in revenue between the two scenarios. So what I will say is that it's sort of a marginal increase, about a 10% difference in revenue if you were into that consideration.
It's more about influencing.
That's right. Exactly.
Whatever. So the 50 cent per mile. The potential to more heavily impacts.
Yes.
So. That being said, sort of feelings with Wayne.
Yeah.
Board.
I definitely favor 50 cent mileage fee with a $5 cap. Are we breaking those apart to make our consensus building easier? So let's start with, I favor a 50 cent mileage fee. I think it does a better job of, and I'll say that revenue is not factoring into why I favor that, although the revenue obviously is higher with the 50 cent mileage fee. I think that it's simpler. It makes numbers rounder. It makes it less likely that someone's going to try to pay in cash and not get back the change that they were hoping to get back. And it better achieves that goal of, in the Denton zone, not in the Highland Village Louisville zone, but in the Denton zone, encouraging riders to use it as a first and last mile solution. So that's why I favor 50 cents.
Considerations.
I would prefer I think you can always go up. I would prefer the 25%.
Can you say that again, Judge?
I would prefer. I'm open to the conversation, but I would think the 25% per mile. We're trying to grow the system, and then we can always increase it subsequently.
Any other thoughts? Got one for 25 cents and one for 50 cents.
I apologize for not reiterating this at the beginning. This is only for Denton, right? With Louisville Highland Village, we've all agreed that it's $1.50 and that's it.
For similar arguments, I'm a fan of the 50 cents. Just, I feel like it's a rounder number. I don't think it's going to impact ridership a darn bit. I think we've got enough demand coming online, personally, that we're not at a point where we're going to see a dip, is my guess. So yeah, I'm guessing, but I'm feeling like you guys have, over the last 2 months, really started to get the service dialed in. The metrics are looking strong, and we're seeing where we adjust cash, and we're seeing the impacts. You know, a few more months of that, and we'll, I think, have a better idea. But I like the 50 cent.
Yeah, I mean, I think in most situations, I would rather at some point come down than go up. I think no one is not gonna understand gas consumption and those type of things, which I think all are affected. I'm about driving so that there is more of a opportunity to use the different systems. So I think I'm comfortable with the 50 cents.
Generally have, I think, consensus on 50 cents.
Okay. And then the last is to entertain the cap. The options are numerous. I put $2 and $3 because that was, again, trying to blend public opinion from the survey feedbacks, the roughly 800 people that responded to the surveys into it. However, I do recognize that a $5 cap allows to in a maximum way influence rider behavior with a continuous increase the further that people go.
I think
$5.
do we not have consensus? I believe we have consensus around $5. I think so.
Perfect. Okay, moving on to goes on past decision point. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we do is also give you the information upfront of how many passes we've seen purchased today from a Go Zone Pass perspective. As you can see, the 1-day all access pass is the largest by far. We've seen roughly 1,000, a little over 1,000 Go Zone passes purchased since September 7th with the launch of the service. So now today, we're going to consider how we blend goes on passes with the DCTA pass. So if we can go to the next slide. The current, so the current pass structure. Excuse me. So what we wanted to make sure that we do is that we help to reflect, we talked about this last time and everybody was in consensus, but it's a reiteration. The Go Zone and Connect A-Train passes, we wanted to keep parity between them. We wanted to see them effectively be the same cost. With the per mile, the fee per mile being kicked in, the way that a pass would work is that someone will purchase the pass and then that pass covers the base fare of $1.50. And then if they go beyond 4 miles within their trip, that's when the fee per mile kicks in, which tracks with how we expect to use passes. So what we agreed upon last time was to talk about the passes themselves and the cost parity between them. So now what we need to do is consider how it actually reflects in regards to the public and how we have that proposed portability of the passes across. So if we go to the next slide. So the current DCTA pass experience for Connect and A-Train is that the customer can purchase 1, 7, or 30 days. They display a valid pass to the vehicle operator for unlimited rides within and transfers between fixed route A-Train and Go Zone modes. And then the pass purchase allows a per trip discount effectively versus a single fare. So the more that you use your Go Zone pass, the lower the actual base fare is that you're paying. This is what it looks like so it goes on booking screen for the pass, looks like this exactly in the app. And then the current day pass for DCTA and the current monthly pass looks like that for people. Currently with Go Zone, the customer may purchase the 1, 7, or 30 day, as you can see on the iPhone snapshot or the phone snapshot. The driver is notified in app that the trip will debit a pass. And then the pass purchase grants, similar to A-Train and Go Zone, it grants customers unlimited trips within the Go Zone service area only. And then extra charges apply for additional passengers. So that's handled in that as well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about what the proposed future experience could be. So if you go to the next slide. So what we want to do is effectively get rid of the Go Zone pass and make it a DCTA pass all modes. And the reason why is because we have all agreed that we want it to mirror Connect and A-Train. We agree that we want to have portability across all of the modes, and we also agree that the discounts themselves that people can receive via A-Train and Connect, we want Go Zone to also reflect that. So to minimize customer confusion and sort of create a scenario in which we have to be very articulate in how to define stuff, we want to blend it and just make a DCTA all modes pass. And so what that would allow is for customers across all modes to purchase a 1, 7, or 30 day pass in app or physical pass. We want them, the customers will then display either a valid Go Zone, fixed route, or A-Train pass to a vehicle operator for unlimited rides within that mode. And it also allows for unlimited transfers within that mode for the window of time in which that pass is purchased, whether it's a 1, 7, or 30 day. And then again, the pass purchases grant per trip discounts versus a single fare. So again, the more that they use the pass, the cheaper that their base fare becomes. So what we did was we decided to create a way in which you could see the experience of a person, whether they're in Denton or Louisville, Highland Village, and what that would look like for them based on how they want to utilize the pass, whether it's on a phone or with physical media. So on a phone and physical media, what we've decided to do was create an option within the Go Zone app that allows for a $1.50 discount to their total ride. So if I'm planning on making in this scenario, in the fare structure in which you've said that you want to go after, if we're looking at a 5 mile trip, it'll be $1.50 plus 50 cents, so $2. And when I show that I have the pass, or when the pass is, when I have flagged that I have the pass in the app, it decreases my total fare by $1.50. So it's effectively a $1.50 discount. And so at that point, if I am paying with cash, I owe 50 cents. If I'm paying via the app, then it discounts it from the debit card or credit card that I've placed on the account. That's going to be the Denton experience. The Louisville Highland Village experience is a little bit simpler. It's just $1.50 each time. So if someone has a pass and they're traveling within the Louisville zone, then they show the pass, the ride's free. I'll pause and answer any questions. This is immensely confusing, and it's the newest slide.
So, Ms. Connie, you had a question. I just want to reiterate that this should reflect the feedback offered by the board, the previous discussion regarding the concessions that currently, fare concessions that currently apply for riders for the other service would be applied to passes in this case. The way that the pass structure discounts, for both purposes for 7 and 30-day passes for Connect and A-Train has been applied in the same way to this structure. So, proposed changes from what is currently practiced for A-Train and Connect.
Thank you.
This reflects feedback heard in previous meetings regarding the board's desire that that a pass purchased for any mode be good for transfers to other modes of service offered by DCTA. That the current concessions that are applied, if people are eligible, would be applied to the passes as well. And it recognizes the ability for, if you are in the Denton zone, for the incremental mileage fee to be retained to maintain that influence over rider behavior as well. So really what this does is it accomplishes universal portability within the context of the Connect A-Train and Go Zone service. If you have a DCTA pass, you can ride DCTA service independent of the mode, and preserves the pricing incentives that the board has expressed a desire to have with respect to the Go Zone service.
What would be the discount for the pass based on the average ride?
So the discount, the more that you use, so let's say I buy a 1-day pass, I'll pay $3 for it, whether it's DCTA, A-Train or Go Zone. Connect, A-Train or Go Zone. If I ride it once each direction, then I've effectively paid $1.50 for each ride that I took. If I ride it 4 times, then I decrease that base value compared to the single fare. And that's the incentive that's baked into the passes themselves. Is it gives you that ability to be able to influence, ride as much as you want, and effectively decrease the cost to you, or the rider cost to use those modes of transit.
The judge, if under the current pass structure, there's a discount that you can realize compared to if you buy a 7-day pass today. You get about a 28% discount by buying that 7-day pass at once compared to buying a day pass 7 times. Does that make sense? And the moving from 7 to 30 days is I recall correctly, it's about
We don't have it as a percentage.
not as a percentage, but you realize that bulk purchase discount in effect versus buying an individual fare for each day. But you do not, that's only against the $1.50 discount is retained for each individual trip, and the per mile fee within the Denton zone only is preserved as well. So it's just extending the notion that if you buy 30 a month's worth of trips, then you realize a bit of a discount versus buying 30 individual day passes.
Where's that on the chart? Is that?
That's a previous slide.
So that is. Yeah.
Like 15.
I'm thinking I may have not understood something correctly, but when you said you're crediting $1.50, if they take a second ride, are you crediting them again?
Yes, that's correct.
So what if they take a third and fourth?
I guess.
What were you?
I think.
With a credit of $1.50 to all day.
Let's stand over here.
What the $1.50 credit accomplishes is within the app, because you have a credit card on file. It is the same if you hold a 30-day pass, the physical media for an A-Train or a Connect trip, you should display, right, that month 30-day pass to an operator, and there's no charge.
the $1.50 credit is the in-app mechanism to do the exact same thing when you get into a GoZone vehicle.
Okay, so, but you're not gonna be crediting them $1.50 and $1.50 and $1.50 when they only paid $3.
So what we would be doing is taking $1.50 off of off the total cost of the ride. So.
Okay, that's where I was.
Second.
And obviously only during the time that the pass is valid. Right? If you bought a day pass yesterday, that's not valid, right? So you need to pay up.
But to be clear, if a person buys a one-day GoZone pass or a one-day DCTA pass, they could take 4 GoZone rides and get 4 $1.50 credits every time they use the app and toggle the switch. Just the way that a pass works.
But they're getting billed for it. They're getting billed $1.50, then they're getting the credit. So it's not like they're banking.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Correct.
trying to figure out.
Right.
It's not a carryover.
Yeah.
It's a means of zeroing out the individual transaction. Just like when you show a physical pass, it says this ride is.
I think that, you know, the proposed, pass structure that you have on slide 52, perfectly reflects what we had, discussed in previous meetings. I know that we've discussed it every time, but I just want to make sure that we're we're recognizing, that this is dependent on, more seamless integration of the GoPass app and the GoZone app. So just want to kind of keep that front of mind, that in order for it to be less confusing, it would be really nice if we could have one app or just very, very close integration.
You're speaking in terms of regionalization and the ability to move between systems.
Oh, well, I wasn't, but that's part of it too. Well, just that, you know, I imagine that I'm trying to sort of put myself in the shoes of a typical rider who has a GoZone app on their phone that they use for GoZone, and then they have the GoPass app on their phone that they use for fixed routes and A-Train. And they may not recognize that they're the same agency, the money's going to the same place, that their pass is going to be good on all of those modes. So I think that app integration is going to be central to communicating to customers that your pass is good on all modes.
To your point, and Paul will be speaking about this later, during the implementation plan, there is great effort that will be taken into both marketing and making sure that the riders are as well informed as possible.
Yeah, and that was a concern for me too, so thank you for answering that. But this goes to what I have a passion for, seamless, right? And I think that their ability to ride all three will encourage them to ride all three. So, you know, this is what kind of I was hoping to look for, and so thank y'all for doing that.
Questions, comments?
I'll add my 2 cents. And I don't want to apologize up front because I don't normally throw things out of left field. I try to keep things on an even keel, but I just, as I've been muddling over this one, it just creates some heartburn for me. So I'd like to just lay it out there. I may be in the minority on this, but I think that GoZone really needs to just be a separate fare, not included in the passes. The unlimited rides on GoZone, I think that we can consider that part of the pass structure on the promotional fare. Now that we're establishing, you know, a permanent fare, I think getting it and just having it be its own thing for a while makes sense. Otherwise, I'm discounting. And to the point that the caller made earlier, we're starting to induce demand on a system that we haven't quite dialed in yet. I do take an objection with the out of context on it, but there's some push and pull that we create with this. I think it eliminates, if we have them separate, it just eliminates the whole trying to explain the mileage fee. Because it's not in a pass. You're taking GoZone. And then I think to cover, because my take on a pass is that you want to encourage, additional ridership, but you also want to give people the opportunity that have to use it, an opportunity to get a discount. And I think we still can do that with the reduced fare program. Now, I also get that the numbers of utilization right now for current passes is low to negligible as far as there's nobody really abusing it. This could be exploited where people are just using GoZone and cranking up, 8-10 rides a day. And so that's my take. I just want to put it out there. And we could come back to putting into a pass later. I don't have an objection per se to passes in general. But I just think we've got too many moving parts right now, and my proposal is simpler.
I would. Undecided about this. I think they should be part of a system. I think a pass should be a pass. I understand your hesitancy because there's lots of moving parts of this. The reason I was asking my question a moment ago with your comment about some of the credits back, and I'm like, with the bodies wanting to do $1.50 versus $1.25, I was proposing that we're giving this big, huge credit. I mean, giving with one hand, taking away. So I'm trying to reconcile the amount of that discount or that credit versus what that fee is, so
So if I
I'm
can,
not clear on it.
maybe credit or discount is a little bit of an inarticulate word on my part. Effectively what we're saying, and this is what we currently do with A-Train and Connect, is that if you take the time to spend $3 on a day pass, then you can hop on any bus at any point in time during the day. Sure. And effectively, they are saying that you're not paying the $1.50. It's an elimination of the fee, of the base fee, and Connect and A-Train, because there's no mileage surcharge. The base fee is the base fee.
Yeah.
With GoZone, with the proposed per mile fee, what it effectively does is anybody who says, I'm gonna ride this GoZone, I'm gonna take this GoZone somewhere, at a very minimum will pay $1.50, up to 4 miles. And then after 4 miles, it adds 50 cents in the scenario that we've all agreed on. So in the lowest case scenario, they will show their pass exactly as they would on Connect or A-Train, and they don't pay anything for that ride because they've already purchased a pass. In a world in which they go above 4 miles in their trip, that's when the minimum they would pay is 50 cents out of pocket. So there is no crediting to an account. They're never going to see their account increase by $1.50.
Right.
All it is effectively waiving the pass and say you no longer have to pay the base fare.
What the pass does, they got more value from the purchase they made at the beginning of the day on the day pass every time they get in the vehicle. Of course.
Provides an incentive to buy more rides at one time, buy more.
He's used to the lapel mic.
Third time's a charm.
Stand behind the director.
Third time's a charm.
It does two things. Provides an incentive to purchase more base fares at one time than on a daily basis. And it does introduce at least the risk for more rides to occur in a day. 4, 5, 6, that there's a risk that could occur. Those are the two essential things that the pass does or goes on.
I understand that risk, but I also think that we should be considering a system. And if we want to encourage GoZone as a first and last mile, because we're talking Denton here, the first and last mile, then I think we need to have that continuous pass. That's just my.
That's a great point. And the one thing that I'll say to address, I think 3 comments that I heard, is that if we agree as a board that the structure of the pass, meaning the cost based on 1, 7, or 30 days should be the same. And we agree with pass portability, meaning a GoZone pass gets you a ride on an A-Train and Connect. And we believe that the past discounts that are offered to the nonprofits and to people who are on Medicare, Medicaid should also be reflected within the Go Zone Pass purchase. Having a Go Zone Pass and a DCTA pass separate is only in name only. Effectively, it becomes the exact same thing. The only difference is that when you ride Go Zone, you're going to be doing that per mile charge. So if we consider keeping those two things separate, it shouldn't, based on previous feedback from the board, and I feel like what we've been speaking about today, there will be effectively no difference for the rider other than they have to know what a Go Zone Pass is versus a DCTA pass.
I'm proposing no Go Zone pass.
Yes, removing.
Just removing it completely.
The Go Zone pass that's available.
And we're now moving to $1.50, 50 cents per mile in Denton, or $1.50 in the southern zone.
So you're saying no 1, 7, or 30-day passes for Go Zone riders? Understood.
So I guess what I'm curious about, and I haven't looked at the numbers and how it worked out, but if, you know, essentially what we're saying is that we want to incentivize people to utilize the Connect and A-Train service through the price structure of the Go Zone. And then for the passes, we're trying to incentivize people to purchase more base fares. I'm just wondering if that incentive is overriding the other incentive to use Connect and are we removing that incentive to ride Connect and A-Train and pushing more people to Go Zone?
So I don't believe so. Try to explain as simply as possible. Because we are not suggesting, we are retaining the per mile fee in the proposed pass structure.
But that would only apply if it's more than 4 miles.
And that mileage fee would on a single Go Zone fare would similarly only apply for trips above 4 miles.
Right, but if I have a pass that includes all modes, I may have taken Connect, but now I'm gonna decide to take Go Zone instead because it's the same price
For a 4 mile trip.
for a 4 mile or less trip. So we're removing the incentive for that rider to take Connect or A-Train, which I think is working against what our other goals are. Because when we looked at the chart, there was, you know, the majority of rides are in that 4 miles or under. Right, so there is a potential for us to be including the Go Zone in that all fare pass. We could be disincentivizing people from riding A-Train or Connect.
Do understand that. The
Same price.
pass is 28% cheaper on the base fare than if you were to buy an individual trip.
Just due to the fact that if I have a pass that I can use any mode I want,
Up to 4 miles, yeah.
up to 4 miles, I can use any, you know, and we know that the majority of the rides are under 4 miles. Then the majority of those rides really have an even playing field for all modes. And I think that's working against what we're after.
Line of thought, what, if someone bought a 30-day pass, what would be our exposure? Like what would that fee be? And what could they fully do?
For Go Zone, it would be 30 days worth of 4 mile or less rides at no charge. And what we can say is that
Or what?
$60 or whatever you had it on.
$30. I'm sorry,
$48.
$48.
They bought a 30-day pass. For $48, they would have
Unlimited Go Zone rides at no charge under 4 miles.
That's
Or in Louisville, Highland Village, just unlimited rights.
Now, we do have data that shows how the passes have been engaged.
Yeah,
And so
I want to be clear, I
Right.
mentioned that. We do have data that the people who are using the passes don't abuse it like that. But it's a relatively small sample set.
Could you go back 1 or 2 slides? One more.
There it is.
There we go. So we can see that there have been, let's see, monthly, 118 monthly all access passes purchased that don't fall into the discount categories that we've identified. So just a standard purchase, I go and purchase a 30-day pass. Since September 7th, there's been 118. So right now, there's not a huge prevalence of it. I think that it's a good point to bring up in the fact in which we are seeing it become more active, and there's going to be a more expensive base fare and a per mile charge. People might become more aware of that opportunity. But in regard, we have roughly 48,000 rides a month on average. We've seen 118 passes purchased.
I'm really am leaning towards the idea of just not doing this. It's kind of like, let's let this settle itself out. Once we introduce it, and just let's put a pin on the pass structure for now, what goes.
Okay.
I'm just saying, that's how I'm kind of leaning towards it.
And I want to be clear, the pass structure is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about discounted rate for social service agencies.
Right,
Yeah,
that's a different
Those are
thing.
two different programs.
We're just talking about the pass.
That's clear.
So the net change of that proposal is that you can no longer buy a Go Zone pass of any kind. And the only pass structure that's available is for users of Connect and the A-Train. And in this service implementation, the only change to be made is that we remove the ability to bypass through the Go Zone app with regard to the pass structure.
Right.
And I think the key difference, I think we're always trying to sort through this. I think the key difference here is if we had those other systems going, those are fixed, they're not unlimited, they're planned, they're scheduled versus an on-demand service, which could be unlimited.
Well,
Right?
Well,
So that
and-
there's
right,
no-
and-
I mean, so
and-
that's.
And it's possible that there's more incentive for people to ride bi-monthly all access passes because now they're getting $1.50 worth of value every time they use it instead of just 75 cents.
Well,
So-
I can.
I think there should be, I'm okay with having it's not something we can work out today, Mr. Chairman, but I'm okay with some kind of pass. I think we need to encourage that the frequency of the utilization. But I don't know if you would want to say was just unlimited on there where it's 10 miles a day, because you can kind of bake in 2 or 3 trips a day, maybe a 2 and a from and maybe a store. But if it was unlimited where it's 10 or 15, I mean, that's just a lot.
I'll tell you,
That's just a
I'll
lot.
tell you. Judge, kind of my thinking is.
Yeah.
Where you can get a 30-day pass and it's unlimited for Connect and the A-Train. It's a bit of an effort to go to a train station. And you know, how many trips are you gonna retake? Well, probably just 2. Go there and then back. The logistics limit you. On Go Zone, where you can set up a virtual bus stop within, say, 300-400 feet, that's gonna make it much more enticing to make multiple trips.
And
And it has a negative impact, right? I mean, there are people, let's be honest, we've all ridden the train. There are people who buy a pass, you know, whether it's a 1-day pass or a 30-day pass and just kind of hang out on the train. But that's fine because it doesn't cost the agency anymore. Right, and it's not, you know, it's not taking capacity away from any other passengers. With Go Zone, that's not the case, right? If somebody wants to game the system and just ride Go Zone all day long, that's costing the agency lots of money, that's tying up the system, that's taking seats away from other riders. That's a problem on Go Zone where it's not a problem on fixed routes and the A-Train.
And I think the data point that really got me thinking about this, and again, I apologize because I try and be clear.
This is why we're doing this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the data point that really made this stand out for me is we've spent all this time trying to figure out, well, how do we keep students on Connect and not using Go Zone? And yet they are absolutely paying money over and above a free service to get to the exact same location. They're gonna figure this out and they're gonna turn around and buy passes. And it's not just gonna be that demographic, but I mean, we have an actual, people are paying, never underestimate how much people will pay for convenience. Never. I mean, people will pay money for almost anything that makes their life easier. And if they decide that Connect is not easier than Go Zone, we're gonna pull away from it. I get what we're trying to do. We're trying to make everything easy. But I'd much rather move into a pass system once we've got another maybe year's worth of data under our belt.
So what I'm hearing is that we don't want to consider extending the Go Zone Pass for now. So elimination of the Go Zone Pass, we preserve the $1.50 base fare, the per mile fee that starts at 4 miles for Denton, for the city of Denton or the Denton zone.
Let's go back on that.
Yeah, we've.
And then-
Yeah, no, that's-
But the pass, as far as passes go, we do not want to see a Go Zone Pass continue. At least for the time being.
Yeah, the decision is custom, not.
Yeah.
I think Mayor Gilmore has
That's why we left
changed
custom
my
up there.
mind. Yeah.
But I think the way I would leave it with the staff and the board would be that we just, if we do entertain that in the future, I mean, I think it would be whole unlimited factor for all the obvious reasons we've stated. I think there might be a sweet spot there, it's so much, but it's capped. I think there's gotta be something.
And we're not touching the reduced fare program.
Correct.
Okay, because what I don't want is people going, they took away my Medicare monthly all access pass. No, that's a reduced fare rate will get you in there.
So so there's a little bit of nuance that we have to parse out. So before I dive into that, are there any comments?
So we're under the impression that because somebody can benefit from riding it 10 times, we're gonna ride a vehicle 10 times? I mean, how many people are really gonna be riding it all? I mean, what are we doing? Taking them from point A to point B, maybe point C, maybe point. I still am about being seamless and one of the things we've not considered, and I don't know how many the number is, but those that maybe get on the bus and go the Go Zone for that last mile to the train and then go into Dallas. So now I buy a Go Zone, I go to the Go Zone app, I do the bus, I go to DART, and that goes totally against seamless. And do we really think because something, if the bananas are 5 cents, I'm not gonna go buy a bunch of bananas think about how many people are just gonna be riding because it's discounted or because they can, or because, who wastes their time doing that?
And I agree that that's one of my weaker arguments for this is the unlimited rider. The thing that really concerns me is that we're incentivizing people to choose Go Zone over Connect with a pass structure.
And I don't agree with that because the difference between Go Zone and Connect, because when I take my 6 grandkids on the train into Denton and we get off, we take the bus, first of all, because the number of us, but because I know exactly when that bus is coming. I know when it's coming. I know, and it's pretty damn predictable. Versus me, even if I was by myself, calling a Go Zone and knowing I'm gonna have to wait 20 minutes in 100-degree weather. No, we took that bus and it took us downtown to Cartwright's. And what it did is it gave me options. And then we could get back and we could take Go Zone from our station home. So I feel like this fear factor of it could be abused and truth, and they'll pick this one over that one because of, I just don't know that's real. Okay.
I'm not totally disagree with everything you're saying, but I would like to, unless we have to do it today, I would just like to contemplate it a little bit. That would be
Well,
I am a little worried about the unlimited factor of it because we just, and the reason I say that, Diane, is
Just talking about it, shortages and so forth. What does that look like? I'm just worried about the unlimited look. Maybe we cap it and then look at the utilization and. I don't know.
I think there's a way they could come up with that, but I don't want them to come up with it on the fly. I'd rather them
That's my point, is it has to be today.
contemplate it.
We would propose taking this up to the long range service plan process that we have in the budget proposed for FY 2023, if that's the board's direction. And there will be a public education piece regarding this change, because there is a 75-cent or pass structure today based on the 75% promotional fare. And so that would go away, but that's public education that we do during the course of the implementation.
And again, these are threads that we're making assumptions on good behavior and looking at patterns that we might or might not actually see in the real world.
I like the idea of just getting a little more, getting a little bit past this, going to the implementation and we can contemplate it. I like that idea.
Let's establish kind of what the options are that are on the table, because we've gotten kind of pretty far away from what our consultants had prepared for us. But so we, on the one hand, we're talking about keeping the pass structure essentially the same, but just making it portable between modes. On the other hand, we're talking about eliminating go zone passes. Neither of those is the status quo. Either one of those would require changing our pass policy. So we can't just kind of say, well, let's do nothing, because the status quo is not we're all in agreement that we don't want the status quo to continue.
That's fair.
Okay. So what do we want our timeline to be on this?
Well, we're looking for the decision in order to make the implementation on November the 1st. So if there is consensus around the elimination of the go zone pass, but for these reduced fare structures that we have,
Those need to get moved.
let's make sure that we craft that if that is the way this board is going to go, then let's make sure that we capture that clearly before we move on to the next item.
Which is also, to be clear, that's what we are hearing consensus around. That motion. From the majority that I'm hearing,
gotta pick one.
expressed that way.
That's what I'm.
Hard.
It's hard. It's hard.
Oh, man.
Which, to be clear, is to on November 1st or some other date in the future, but on November 1st as proposed by staff, by November 1st, that the board preference is that go zone passes no longer be offered for DCTA, with the exception of those that are available for
Reduced fare.
Reduced fare.
The reduced fare program. So we gotta figure out how to move them into that.
There's paperwork associated, and we mirror the exact system from Connect and A-Train. The other question that needs to be dealt with is what we're not seeing here are the bulk purchases by nonprofits. Do we extend them the pass as well?
That one, I don't have that to me falls under the reduced rate.
Okay.
501c3.
Okay, so what we're hearing is November 1st elimination of Go Zone Pass, extension to people on Medicare, disability, or students or seniors, as well as nonprofits, are allowed to have a Go Zone Pass for 1, 7, and 30 days that has pass portability. The structure is the same as Connect and A-Train, and the discounts apply.
I don't know if I want students on there.
Yeah. So pull students on. Okay. Is there,
we're not voting at this, we're going to incorporate this into a motion as well, right? We're
Yeah.
just trying to go towards what the elements of the motion will be. But eliminate go zone passes unless eligible for existing concession.
And I get where my argument has some appeal to Allison, simply because it's incentivizing Connect. But I also get that it's not seamless. I mean, we have 5 different ways to buy a ticket now,
We can.
3 different apps.
We'll get to seamless and just take a little bit longer. But that should be our goal, but let's take a little bit longer to ponder.
okay, so we are now going to move on to the
Hang on, if I may. There was a comment from the board about who's included in the discounted pass structure,
And Mike, I
whether or not students are included. So again, we're looking for clarity.
Yeah.
Absolute clarity out of this. So do we need to address that, or can we move on?
Question. Oh, sorry. Well, so the student, our current student discounts Are those open to high school students, college students, UNT only? Who is eligible for a student discount?
I believe that it is at the high school and UNT level.
Okay, so T-Dub students don't get a discount currently?
Let me get an answer for you. Correct.
Okay, because, you know, on the one hand, for UNT students, we've got, they're already paying for bus service through their fees, right? T-Dub students are not, high school students are not, NCTC students are not.
But the current student pass doesn't allow go zone. It is only connect and age.
The current UNT.
The current UNT pass. So if we added them to a pass, that would actually be an increase, a change in the
Change the
service.
status quo. If we maintain the idea is to maintain the status quo.
That would want to disrupt.
So that's why I was thinking students were excluded, because it's we're not adding we're not taking anything away from the town.
Yeah.
By removing the go zone pass.
Currently, the reduced fares are for seniors 65 and up, persons with disabilities, Medicare card holders, and students ages 5 to 18.
Okay. So TWU students are not eligible for any kind of discount. UNT students can ride UNT system and connect, but not go zone or A train
And there's
with their student fees. Essentially, they're paying for their student fees.
there's also a minimum age to ride a go zone on their own, and I believe it's 13.
It's 13.
So what we are effectively saying is people between the ages of 13 and 18 would be preserved in the past discount. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, if that's the only student body.
All right.
Okay, so that means all the qualifiers that were on that list are still included. Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity.
So we're good. Final. Good. All right.
You got what you need?
But
I would like to distill, I would like you kindly to distill what the synopsis is.
Will do.
I just got reminded, university pass system is only connect and A train, right?
I don't think A train is.
Or is it just connect? I'm just making sure we're covering all our bases.
one time. Let's double check.
Here's the distillation that I've recorded, Judge. Okay. The elimination of go zone passes except for those who would qualify for a reduced fare, which is what was on the screen. And we'll craft all this into the
This is
motion.
still gonna come back to us in
It will.
a written resolution. Today.
Yes.
And utilization of passes today on go zone trips of regional pass, day pass, student pass, et cetera, constitutes about 15% of go zone rides today. Just for the board's contracts. Okay.
It does include the A train.
It does include the A train and the North Texas Express to Fort Worth.
That's not what the website is saying. The website under University Pass Program says that, that students, faculty, and staff at UNT receive free fare on the campus shuttles and Denton Connect buses only. Is that accurate?
We will reconcile that.
Okay, so that's inaccurate, and UNT students with student ID do ride A train fare free because they're paying for it through their student fees.
So now we're going to move on to, without any objection, we're going to move on to looking at the service network. Dan is going to come up and we will address this and have a similar structure in which we're going to see all the options, talk about the detail, answer any questions, and then land on a service network that so far is everybody okay? Does that mean everybody needs to take a break? Okay, let's take 5 minutes, then we'll start back up. So I'm gonna just take a 5-minute break. It's 12:44.
Proceed. All right. It's 12:55. We're reconvening.
And everybody a chocolate chip cookie.
That's right. That's the secret. This is this is called coordination.
He won't like me, but I thank you.
Yeah. Think you'll find the board will be a little bit more amenable now.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, at the very least, I could blow through stuff real quick in between chews, you know? So we've gone over the Go Zone Fair Pass.
Sorry, can I ask a question based on our previous comments? Would it be possible, Chris, to go to the purchase volume of the passes on the current structure? You know, the discussion we've had, I think has been very healthy, and it does point to some issues that could occur. But as I'm looking at this, and if you all need to explain something, I'm missing something here, let me know. But for instance, if you look at that 1-day all access pass, 634 of those have been purchased, correct? And of that, the engagement is three rides per rider per day. Looking at all the others, it's close to that. We've sold about 1,000 passes, which I think is very good for the program. It seems to me to cancel the pass program is doing us a disservice. And I think as we're seeing here, I'm not seeing any abuse to that. Are some people choosing to do this as opposed to riding the bus? I don't know, but it's not showing that. Now we're going to a point where the rates are going to go up. It seems to me, to Diane's point, being seamless is great. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Yeah, I'm a little slow sometimes, so it took me, I had to get a half a sandwich in first. But it does seem to me that the benefit of being seamless and being able to buy one pass and to utilize it all these different ways is great. And I think based on what we have right now, I don't see where we're providing a disincentive to ride a bus or the A train by having everything together.
And I agree with you on the abuse part, which is what I think this slide speaks to. That's not the strongest of the arguments. We do know that there is a significant amount of Go Zone ridership that is happening right along Route 7, right within that same space. So that's the data set that concerns me. Is I have a free route and I have a paid route, and we're seeing a significant, and I don't know what that number is. You know, is it 2 or 3%? But it's a significant number, and it actually is taking away ridership from 7. If you look at ridership numbers on 7, you're seeing that those ridership numbers are starting to decline. And so that is the bigger concern for me, is this, again, super convenient, 200 feet to walk to, I can, you know, whatever that is, versus fixed route, even though it's the same, I gotta wait 15, 20 minutes, and we're seeing that on the ground.
Yeah. In your earlier point, I think people will pay for convenience. I pay for convenience all the time. If I get in the head of the line at Six Flags, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if the pass is going to change anything. There's some of those people are still going to do that. I don't know if we can change it.
Fair.
So I have a thought about that. I understand wanting to be seamless, and I think that's very important. But there's a fundamental difference between Connect A Train and Go Zone, and one of them, you don't have to schedule a ride. One of them you do. So you're gonna have to go, you know, we're just talking about the purchase of a pass, but even if somebody's purchased a pass that includes Go Zone, they still have to schedule that ride. So it seems like the purchase of that is you still have to go to the app anyway, versus just having a pass that you can get on the bus with or get on the A train with. You still have to go on the app and schedule that ride. So I don't think that there's it's not going to be completely seamless anyway, because you can't just have a pass in hand and then ride Go Zone as you wish. So the tacking on the payment, I don't think that's it's really not any of an extra step than you would have to do anyway, whether it was on the pass or not on the pass. And it's probably not making very much sense, but what I'm saying, but you still have to go to the app. You're not bypassing the app to ride Go Zone. You still have to schedule that ride, and the payment is just part of that. So the seamless part about that, there really is a fundamental difference in how you would use it for Connect A Train and with Go Zone.
I just wanted to make sure that that point was brought up. And of course, if this is not the first step, I think this should be a goal though, to get to that point of being completely seamless. And I guess from a selfish standpoint for Highland Village residents, I think something like this would encourage ridership in Highland Village. If I could call from my home and get a ride to the station and take that station to Denton or to Louisville, I think it's a huge benefit.
One point on the impact to the rider if we move away from pass utilization for Go Zone. Javier, if I'm wrong, he says about 15% of Go Zone riders utilize a pass of some sort today that they bought through the app or at a window or something like that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that also includes folks that buy passes through Go Pass as well. So DART regional passes, DCTA regional passes.
So there will be a re-education effort on that as we go through the implementation, if this is the direction that the board decides to go.
So we can move forward. So we've gone over the fare, we've gone over the pass. The next is to go over the service change. And at the very end of this conversation, once we land on which service option you want to use, we're going to pause for a 5-minute recess, put the language for the motion together, as well as do a recap for you to make sure we all very clearly understand which steps we're taking. So having said that, I'm going to pass it over to Dan.
Thanks, Steven. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So this is just a recap of things that you've all seen before, mostly, I think, several times, these alternatives at this point. But I'm just going to walk you through them quickly here and then kind of go back through the buildup that we shared in earlier meetings. Just walking through what the basic rationale behind the process of generating these alternatives was, and then just some key salient facts about each one of these network alternatives. So we had originally developed an alternative A and B, which respectively involved eliminating all routes except for Route 7 and eliminating all routes except for 3, 6, and 7. And last month, we decided not to consider A and B any further, which means we're looking at alternatives C, D, E, and G. F was an alternative that just showed essentially an adjustment to the alignment of Route 3, and there was consensus that that should be incorporated into all of the alternatives. So alternatives C, D, and E, all of which include Route 3, show that adjustment to the alignment of Route 3. So just next slide, please. So, the basis of this exercise was really thinking about where it makes sense to operate fixed route versus on-demand service or Connect versus Go Zone, really on a cost efficiency basis, on a cost per trip basis. And so in order to do that analysis, we had to establish a baseline understanding of the relative cost of Go Zone and Connect. And Accenture worked with DCTA staff to establish those figures. And essentially what we discovered was that Connect is about 2 times more expensive to operate on a per vehicle revenue hour basis than Go Zone. And so then the next step was to look at the relative productivity or utilization of the modes to see how many people are being moved per vehicle revenue hour. So next slide, please. We started off by looking at Connect, and we found wide variance between the different routes. The most efficient route on a productivity basis or passengers moved per vehicle revenue hour is Route 7, which tops out around close to 10, and on average on a weekday moves about 8 people per vehicle revenue hour, versus some of the routes which have lower productivity, lower average productivity, and especially lower average productivity at off-peak times. So next we looked at Go Zone. Next slide, please. There's some variance depending on the different zones, but Denton Go Zone, since at this point now we're really looking at Denton Connect and the Denton Go Zone, achieves an average weekday productivity of over 4.5. a slightly lower productivity on Saturdays. So bringing that all together, next slide, please. We essentially established a metric for evaluating routes. And there's some averaging and blending here, but we took an average Denton GO zone productivity of about 4.5. And so, we determined that there's essentially, because there's a 2x cost multiple between GO zone and Connect, that we would be evaluating the efficiency of the Connect routes based on their cost or their efficiency on a cost per trip basis relative to Connect. And so A and B, which again we're no longer looking at, looked at sort of total parity. Alternative C, which is where we're starting today, basically looks at retaining routes at times where the efficiency is on a cost per trip basis is at least 50% of GO zone, which means essentially that you're moving at least 4.5 passengers per vehicle revenue hour on that route. So alternative C retains routes 2, 3, 6, and 7, and discontinues off-peak evening service for routes 2 and 3, and Saturday service for every route except for route 7. And next slide, please. Just looking at the impact of that. That would impact 38 unlinked passenger trips. So some of those trips are linked. Folks are transferring to take a single trip. So it would be 38 unlinked passenger trips on weekdays and 127 on Saturdays. And that would result in a cost savings of about $850,000 per year. So building on this, we looked at options to potentially reinvest some of those savings into the fixed route network, which is one of the choices that you could make if you were to go this route. So next slide, please. Alternative D, which is the first reinvestment option, looks at increasing frequency of service on route 2, the span of service or the hours of operation on route 3, and frequency on route 6 and 7. This is sort of the maximum investment scenario. And as shown here, it actually results in a small increase in the cost of service. But again, you could calibrate that by adjusting the span of service if you were looking to be absolutely neutral. It's just hard to generate a solution that is 100% cost neutral. And that would result in 38 passengers, I shouldn't say passengers, but 38 unlinked trips being eliminated. And then 123 on weekends, but 287 trips, unlinked trips on weekdays and 74 on weekends that would be receiving more frequent service, so more convenient service. So the next reinvestment option, next slide, please. E involves increasing frequency on route 6 and 7 only. So no increase on frequency on route 2 and no increase in the span of service on route 3. And that results in a savings, so a less intensive savings of about $130,000 per year. And then we were asked to take a look at another option, which is sort of a variant actually on one of the earlier options that we had taken out of consideration, in that it eliminates service on all routes except for 6 and 7, but does increase frequency on those two routes. So increasing frequency on route 6 and 7, but eliminating all the other routes. One word of potential caution about this alternative, which I think we discussed when we were looking at alternatives A and B, which is that in this scenario, you're only operating 2 Connect routes. It's difficult really to describe that as a network at that point, and there are fewer places, obviously, that would be reachable by the network. So, there is certainly a possibility that at this point you might see ongoing decreases in ridership because a network of 2 routes is going to have limited utility for a number of riders, especially because we do think that a number of the trips that we're seeing on the Connect network, the way that it's organized with a hub at the transit center, do involve transfers.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So if someone gets a pass, class ticket to use Connect, 6 and 7 is here, could they also fly on the other 7 or 8 routes without being paid for by the account?
On the UNT network, the answer to that is yes.
Okay, so if we're just talking, there's really a bigger network than just these 2. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's a really important point as we think about the Connect service, that there are other buses operating here. The path that we've been on is relative to the Connect network. Long-range service planning should probably entail looking at all the routes and how individual users of all different types in the city of Denton use the entirety of the network. But those UNT routes are not shown here because of the limit in the scope that we were undertaking.
I just picked up when he said, can't say that 2 routes makes much of a network. And my point is, well, there's actually a much bigger network than just 2.
Yeah, we have 10 routes on UNT, right? I mean,
So that was all my point I was getting.
Right. Focused and, for the most part.
yeah, in
certain
the
geographic-
language of just connect.
Right.
I get that. By the same token, as a writer, I'm not differentiating. I'm getting on a bus.
The only caveat that I would add to that comment is that you would only have 2 routes in the summers and winter break,
And then, yeah, just gonna bring that up.
because we do shut down UNT routes.
And just looking forward, we just wanted to respond to some of the other things that are going on in the background here and some of the public feedback, obviously, that we received. So, it is worth noting, of course, that you've taken under consideration the option to do a long-range service plan, and it sounds like that is most likely in the works. And that, through this process, we've taken advantage of the opportunity to look at the GO zone origin destination data. One of the advantages of operating an on-demand transit system is that you can actually see where people are riding in between, and that can help to influence longer range transit planning, across modes. And so, one of the key things that we observed is that many of the GO zone rides are originating not necessarily on the UNT campus, but within a certain distance of that campus area, and traveling to other points, many of which are not served by the Connect network, but some of which are, but which require a transfer and a pretty lengthy 2-seat trip. And so, on the basis of that interest in longer range thinking about the fixed route network, we have generated some initial conceptual designs just for internal discussion around sort of more radical adjustments to the fixed route network. And that's sort of outside the scope of this exercise right now, but certainly I think as you embark on a longer range service planning process, there are options that you can take under consideration to think about, how to potentially develop a network that may have broader or greater utility to folks and may result in more ridership over time. But that process, given that it would involve some significant adjustments to really, where transfer points are located and potentially some investments in infrastructure, will require more analysis and stakeholder engagement. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if it makes sense if you'd like us to flip back to the slide that we started with that lays out the alternatives, we can do that. Could we maybe just head back to that first slide in this section? Further back, a little further back, a couple more. One more, this is it. Great, thank you.
Comments?
Can I add something? On Route 6, you're talking about cutting off at 5:30. The foreign students are starting to move out at the North Dallas apartments. A lot of time they catch the Discovery Park bus to Discovery Park, but then they need the Route 6 bus to get them home. So you might want to look into that, because a lot of the foreign students that's coming to North Texas, they're beginning to rent apartments out there. Usually they pay for the whole years that they're gonna be out there. So you might want to look into how many students that were, because the Route 6 during school year, the Route 6 from Discovery Park picks up. So you might want to look at having Route 6 shut down at a later time because of some of the students. A lot of them are engineers, and they're going right there where Discovery Park is. But then you got a lot of the women that don't want to walk to their apartments. Right. They want to catch a ride to the apartment. So you might want to look into that.
Okay.
And I would add to that, obviously D, E, and G involve extending service and running more frequently in the evenings. In addition to serving the students that live up by Discovery Park, there is a lot of multifamily housing being built in that area that doesn't have residents in it yet, but will soon. And not all of it is geared towards students. A lot of it is geared toward families. Yeah. So, well, okay, if we're looking for direction, here's my direction. I think that I think that talking about cost parity and productivity is, I think it's a good conversation. I don't object to us thinking of it in those terms at all. But I think that the most effective way to achieve that cost parity between Go Zone and fixed routes is to invest in increasing ridership on fixed routes. And I think that, you know, what we have to do to make that happen, you know, marketing's great, communications are great, but we have to provide a service that meets people's needs. That means, you know, better frequency, longer hours, and a more effective network. And, you know, as a speaker said this morning, we have $71 million sitting in our fund with nothing to do. So you know, the only one of these options that I would be willing to consider would be alternative D, but I have major concerns about eliminating Route 4. That leaves the entire northeastern part of the city, which is developing and growing very rapidly without any fixed route whatsoever. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we were replacing Route 4 with a new route that ran, you know, maybe along Riddell, Mulkey, up all the way up Sherman to 288, because that is a huge group of unserved residents, a lot of whom are very engaged. I think we brought up the Idiot's Hill scenario at a previous meeting. They're very engaged and they really want to use transit, but there's not an option for them. So my direction is, among these options, the only one that I would be willing to vote yes on is D. But I would also like us to be investing, you know, more than $60,000 of additional funding in improving our bus network.
In my point out too. And I want to be, I appreciate the comments. I've heard Mayor Hudspeth's comments on the $71 million. When the federal government douses you with a fire hose of money, that's what happens. And for people to think that this board can instantly make a decision on that kind of money, I think is a mistake. And I also think that paying for things that are recurring out of that money is something that we should be very hesitant to do. Because if it's a recurring expense, that's a one-time bolus of cash. That's not recurring sales tax. That's a one-time investment. And we do have some significant expenses in this agency that we've got to address, which is replacement of an aging trade fleet, upgrades to the existing rail. If and when that study comes back, to get that down to a frequency that we keep hearing about, fixed route needing great frequency. Need to have that, and that's not going to be sub 50 million. It's just not. The way that rail is built. So I want to be very hesitant when we start talking about $71 million. That's my concern there. Here's what I see. I don't think anybody on this board has an issue with Route 7 and increasing that frequency, reinvesting in Route 7. So alternative G, minus Route 6. I would be more than happy to discuss either 6 with extended service or 3 with extended service. So that's the box I'm coming from. G
or something.
No, so G as Route 7. As Route 7 only. I want to keep language consistent for Paul and the team. Item G, Route 7 only. And then a second proposal that would either be extended service Route 6 or extended service Route 3. The only reason I'm considering extended service Route 3, because it doesn't meet the numbers. It doesn't, well, look, I call it the rainbow grid, our little grid of ridership numbers. It doesn't meet it. The only reason I'm considering three and two are neck and neck. And if you look at the current data set, it's actually even more neck and neck than they were. The only reason I consider three is because it physically covers the social service agencies with a fixed route. So it gives them both the go. We're not taking anything as far as coverage goes. They're still got go zone coverage there. The fixed route on three from a reinvestment. I mean, we could get rid of all of this today and save money and have more capacity and move more people than we move today. If we want to be really, really aggressive about this, we get rid of all of our connect routes. We save money and we put more riders into go zone than connect actually rides right now. That 6,000 number. I'm not proposing that. What I am saying is that we now have a system that we've had a bus system for 16 years in this county. And it didn't get ridership, and we see what the ridership is. And again, I have to go with those 16 years, these people weren't trying to keep people off the buses. This agency was trying to put people on. So we now have a system that gathers data as it runs. And the more data it gathers, the more information it gives us to actually build high performing fixed route networks. And so for me, let's get those two routes in there. There's still a little conversation to be had around the UNT network as an adjunct to that. But I get that we're trying to keep this clean. So I won't bring up overlap in Route 6 and the current UNT route. I won't bring that up. So for me, this is a rebuilding exercise. We want to get this clean. Let's get Route 7, 6, or 3, get those at high performance. Let's see if the frequency brings the numbers up. Let's see if the very laser focus on that, and then expand those routes. Bring a new Route 4 back that is actually data driven from a year's worth of data. So that's where I'm coming from.
The one risk.
Yeah, can we go look at, if you go forward, you can see the routes.
Yeah, I think just two
Go
sides.
to
of
C,
the sides.
I think C picks up all of it. Yeah, there you can see them all there. So let's see.
So Route
The
7?
blue is 6, right?
No, the blue's Route 2.
2.
The red is Route 7. I'm sorry, the blue to the bottom is Route 2, the red is Route 7, the blue at the top is Route 6, and the green is Route 3.
And just in response to Mayor Gilmore's comment, I'm certainly not here to advocate actually for any position. We're just arming you with analysis and information. I think, one slight word of caution is that if the goal is to, potentially in the longer term, build a fixed route system back up, sometimes, it can be more of an uphill climb to reclaim ridership once it's gone. So, certainly, I mean, new bus networks are implemented all the time. That can be done. But, you will see potentially some riders fall off, and it just may be a little bit more of a challenge if you, as part of a long range planning process, institute new routes just to get folks back onto them.
Understood. Understood. I also look at the actual ridership of the route. Is that move the needle for me?
The one other thing that I'd like to add, especially if we're looking at this route, one of the big efforts, and this led to the expansion of Route 3 a little further to the north to include the future Our Daily Bread facility, as well as moving Go Zone to the other side of the freeway to make sure that we can capture everyone in there. One of the other exercises that we entertained with Our Daily Bread was pick the top 6 spots, or give us the top spots of destination for the people who are part of your facility. And one of the things that is important is that Routes 2 includes 2, if not 3, of the prime locations. So an elimination of that does remove the ability of people from Our Daily Bread to take a fixed route service to locations or destinations of interest for them. It doesn't remove the ability of them to take a Go Zone trip there, but it is important at least to state that as well.
Oh.
I just really think that we have to think about moving, that we are a mass transit organization, that the government supports so much of what we do because we need to target people who need transportation. And I just worry about us going too far into the go zone and eliminating the things that make it stable. You know, when people call up and can't get a ride, well, what is their boss gonna say when they don't get to work on time? I mean, there's just so many factors there. I think it's really important to keep this and to keep it as a total intermodal system, not put it all in one direction.
About that just a little bit. Yes, we get calls about people getting stranded, and I think we need to address that. We got calls about people getting stranded on fixed route. This is not that's not a go zone specific issue. Now, are we getting more calls? Absolutely. We're moving 11 times more people on go zone than we are on connect. 11 times.
I just have to, I understand what you're saying, but something we mentioned earlier about not wanting to market because we really can't handle more. Well, if you have a system that you don't want to market to the people who need it, there's something wrong. Right, but do you see what I'm saying? We don't want a lot of growth right now in go zone because we can't handle it. And so if you eliminate the bus routes, then you have no place to go with the additional volume.
I have never said can't handle. What I have said is, do we want to crank it up? It's gonna grow organically, and we're gonna need to deal with that. So we don't have to spend marketing dollars to get it to grow.
So this particular option of options,
You want to option is, you want to go look at the option list? We got.
so if you're looking at what D is doing is it increasing frequency on 2 and 3 during the afternoons and still keeping the Saturday service that's not affected for the other slide. So, I mean, I'll tell you, I was kind of landing on E. It's kind of in between D and G. Because I keep 2 and 3, I just take away the weekend service that's not effective. And then I take some of that resources and I put it onto 6 and 7. So now that we got a little bit of everything.
Is this slide most helpful for the board to have at this point in the discussion?
I think we're just flipping between this and the map, so.
So we've heard option D, a preference for option D, a preference for option E, and then a preference for a hybrid of G, which is going to be 7, and then either 6 and 3.
Either 6 or 3.
Or 3, excuse me. Wrong modifier.
Those little words.
Yeah. So do we want to sort of iteratively address it since there's effectively 3 motions on the floor?
Then it's not really 3 motions, and we're just talking, right? We're just talking. Several board members tend to be very constant deliberate. I know, very pondering.
I have a question regarding, so if we're looking, the conversation for Go Zone and Connect and how we balance all that.
has been, you know, we were originally talking about Go Zone, there were some cost savings that we were anticipating. But that was with an assumption that Go Zone was going to mostly replace the fixed route. So my question would be, I realize we have the federal government one-time money on a annual income basis. I assume we have a target for what we want to spend on what I'll call ground transportation versus rail. Is what in Louisville, one of our biggest sells to the public when we implemented the sales tax diversion was the rail. We know we need to invest in the rail. So my concern is that if we end up selecting really where we have a hybrid of, you know, we have the Go Zone now and then having a lot more of the fixed routes than we originally anticipated, what does that do to our overall budget on an annual basis? And are we slowly choking out our funding to the rail to do the things we need to do there to have both Go Zone and the fixed route running?
I'm glad to take a shot at answering that question.
I'd like to hear that.
Okay. In the budget workshop that we went through in June, we showed you a 4-year outlook of net cash once we pay all of our bills or our anticipated bills across all of our modes. What you see is that in 2023, we have net cash available in the order of 7 million. Next year, we're at 0, but then in 24 and in 25, we're net positive somewhat. Ultimately, going back to the conversation about key messages, if the goal of the agency is to drive ridership, we have to find the most cost-effective means to drive ridership for the modes that the people in the markets want. And so, as we've seen, the addition of additional Go Zone service has incented demand, and demand climbed. We didn't see the seasonality. And the policy discussion around fixed route is around what is a cost-effective bus route? What's the riders per hour? So the challenge, what that says is that investing in Connect in the future may not be a bad thing if we can design routes that get to riders per hour that meets the policy decision that this board makes today. And from the perspective of staff, once we make this policy decision, we get into a long-range service plan, can be very thoughtful about how we utilize all this data, which puts us at a tremendous advantage to our peers in the industry who don't have this sort of on-demand service. Then we have the ability to do cost-effective bus routes, and drive ridership, and then monitor our budget. So there is room in the budget for the next few years to add more Go Zone service or more Connect service. We have net available cash to make investments in the rail system, all those sorts of things. But this policy decision will dictate the degree to which bus ridership needs to be present for us to introduce new routes. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And I also, I guess, what I look at is, I don't think that the intent was ever to provide overlapping service either. So that's the other part where, you know, I think that from my perspective, what the goal was to find the most cost-effective way to move people. And understanding that may be different depending on the place that we are, but not that there's overlapping service. Which, you know, long-term, can we afford to provide duplicative service in all or part of our service area?
Well, I think to that, we talk about, you know, we have options that we can work on for the next few years. I am on, I mean, I represent the city of Highland Village, but I'm on the Denton County Transportation Authority. What happens in your city, in Denton, what happens in your city, Louisville, is of concern to me. And so, of course, Highland Village doesn't have fixed route, right? We don't need it. And if we need it, I'd be fighting like hell to get it. We don't have that in Louisville either. And yes, if we want to take some money to the train, but are we multimodal or not?
I mean, are we giving options or not? And, you know, if we talk about Route 2, our daily bread, I am not gonna mess with that. And there's
Two or three.
three, sorry.
Yeah, I'm.
Okay. We are putting a hold on some things to see how things go. I just feel like maybe a better way of the routes or something, but if all I had was the A train and go zone, I wouldn't be able to do what I do in Denton. You can't put 7 people in a go zone vehicle. And that's for pleasure, not to mention what people used fixed route for, which would be to get to their jobs or to, we know that people that ride the train have other transportation options. That's not the case with people that are on fixed route. So I just want to be cognizant of the fact that that we all belong to the same system, and I just want what's best for all of the member cities. And I just want to make sure it's harder to build back something after you've cut it off. If it's a matter of redirecting, let's work on that.
We go back to the option list. First, we use 7.6.
Seven,
Because the
six,
numbers
three,
I'm
and two.
okay eliminating 2. If we did 7, 6, and 3, where are we at?
That's not one of the existing alternatives.
Right.
That's why I phrased it the way I did. Alternative G, Route 7 alone. And then we can look at decision points on 6 and 3. We can at least get 7 through the door.
I would be in support of 7, 6, and 3. My question is on this, this says 5 p.m. It was,
Well, the alternative E, Judge, the one I was suggesting, keeps 2 and 3. It just eliminates the ineffective times on the weekends.
I argue that they're ineffective all week.
They're more effective.
Fair enough. Can we go to slide?
is that cut off at 5 p.m.? How are we, is that?
I believe that's only an alternative C. So in the, and that's something that we could look at individually as well, but.
Route 3 on alternative E is discontinue weekday service after 5 p.m.
On 2 and 3, not on 6. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And the reason for that is because we see ridership decline after 5 p.m. and it doesn't meet the metric of riders per hour that the board is at.
I'm just curious, if someone gets off work at 5, is that route still gonna cycle from 5 to 5:20, 5:30, pick other people up, or is it like, there's no, pick up at 5?
That gets into, once we make the decision, once the board makes the decision, how we implement the service to build out that schedule. And certainly we want to be cognizant of the last route starts at 5, doesn't necessarily end at 5. If the board, if that's the sentiment.
Wonder why people don't ride it, if they can't catch it on the way home. That's my point. Like, I'm getting down in the weeds on that, but I mean, that's
right.
I'm reading that literally. I'm like, I got on work at 5, I walked out and there wouldn't be a bus there. Right? Does that mean the last cycle starts at 5 and what rolls for an hour?
And that's part of the implementation process. We build out the timetable, every stop, here's the time.
To make sure it tries to catch business hours, people concluding work. I mean, that would inform my opinion.
Can we go to slide 90, which is the fiscal impacts? Is it 64 or is that 90? 64. Okay. I think the one I'm looking for is 90. It's 90, okay. There, go back. No, that's not 90. Yeah, I know, it's. Looking at it.
The bottom right is.
Incremental cost, yeah, incremental cost of connect service. Whatever number that is in your deck. I think we're getting close.
It's the opposite
There are
direction.
other.
There you go. That's it. There we go. I just want to make sure we're putting this in context. And back to my comment earlier, if I replace all of those connect trips with Go Zone, that's how I read this. I'm 11.5 million. If I all the connect, that includes Route 7, right? Yeah. Everything, I'm at 11.5. If I keep the 6,700 ridership that we had last month on Connect, I'm at 12.2. And these two systems, I've got 1184 and a 1733. Now, that doesn't include, and I don't know if we can parse it out, there's another $6 million in operational fees for Connect that is not in this number. Is that right?
Those operational fees for the bus operation are also tied to everything related to NTMC, like University of North Texas, like our contracted services, all that.
Right. But it is, there's not a percentage of that weighted onto that 1.9.
It's not weighted into there.
We can assume that there's a percentage of that we could drop down to this 1.9.
That would assume that the NTMC organization can absorb reductions in force based on the service decision.
Fair. Regardless, that 1733 is an optimistic number as to the cost of a Connect ride.
Those are the costs most easily directly attributable to the Connect.
Got it. Then there are other costs associated with it, but we can be very clear that it's at least 1733.
Correct.
So we're trying to get as apples to apples. That to me, I think is part of what drives my decision here. Is I don't have a problem with Connect. I mean, people, it is a great service. I grew up on a bus service in Tucson. It's amazing. What I have a problem with is we have 16 years of ridership that is not on a route. I've got an underperforming route today that is not data driven in its construction. Let's get rid of it and figure out how to get a data driven route constructed from it. And reinvest in the ones that are doing well or marginally well, 7, 6, or 3. It's not hurting us for budget in this route. And if we lose some of that Connect, we're still netting out ahead of the curve. So I get I understand that the rebuilding is hard. I understand that we might not get ridership, but we are spending 4 times for these rides. When you start looking at the value and the cost loaded in, I just think it doesn't make sense to keep some of these underperforming routes.
Maybe it's the length of time we keep the routes. I'm new to the board, but I've been around transit a long time. I'm just kind of looking at this, thinking we have a new facility opening up on the loop, with the shelter and so forth, which impact ridership. Okay, and that's to be opened up this next year. What if we eliminate 2 and keep these other 3 some modified time? I don't feel, on the financial sense, Mayor, you're exactly right about the productivity or lack thereof on some of these routes. although I support the go zone model, I'll tell you, I have concerns about the capacity and the operational aspects of it. Now, I do. I think it's a good model. I think it needs to be perfected. And I would hate to abandon some of our bus routes while we're perfecting that process and put more of a strain on that when I don't think it's functioning. I mean, it may be delivering some people, but I think there's some process improvements that are lacking, whether it's customer service and so forth. So I would say I would not be married to keeping these bus routes indefinitely. I think we're in a transitional time in the agency. That's why it's complicated, right? For everybody in this room, for all of our guests out here, we're all going through a time of transition. How do we best deliver these people? We see there's a demand for the on-demand, and rightfully so, because we are Americans and we like our efficiencies and so forth. Time is precious. I just feel I'm a little apprehensive of trimming this back too much while we're in the transition. The numbers and the dollar and cents, I totally agree. It makes sense in many regards, but it's that capacity. And we're having these conversations, how do we have this capacity? I don't want us being in a desperation mode where we're not delivering people because of lack of capacity. So I mean, I think I say all that just as staff, how long would our commitment be to this? We talked about this a couple of months ago. Was it about a year? We would kind of, by the time before we want to take any action negatively.
We would ask for at least a year to do a service planning process. The chair and I were recently on a call. I think the Transit Coalition North Texas put together with members from DART and Trinity Metro and the VIA transit system in San Antonio, talking about the redesign of their bus networks that were multi-year processes. We don't have their networks. Our process is not multi-year.
Yeah.
But at least a year's time would give enough data to understand what's going to happen when we increase frequency on these bus routes now, once we've seen the GO zone service mature and then run through 12 calendar months. And that's not to mention the time that it takes to do the data exercise of understanding origin, destination demand, market-driven demand, so that we can design routes that are effective. And so what I would propose is in that regard, we've already begun sort of scoping out that long-range service plan that we're asking for the budget for, that we take up that conversation in August and the board gets lots of input into what that scope of work looks like. You don't have to get involved in the weeds of the development of that plan, but we want you to understand what the objectives would be so that we can design that service.
When we data goes by, we would get better data based on this GO zone and triple origination and destination. We would get every day.
The really good data is going to come when you install those automatic people counters.
So we have one of the other projects in the budget for next year is automatic passenger counters for the buses, which will allow us to get better fidelity and real-time data on when people are embarking and disembarking the buses, that sort of thing. You're right, the data, our view will improve every day that we gather data. At some point, you have to take the snapshot and say, okay, this is what we're going to design off of. But I would say also important in this whole conversation is that our constituents and everybody involved has gone through a lot of change, to your point about the transition period that we've been in. So the opportunity to select an alternative that has desirable features and then letting the system rest and perform so we can understand would be of great value. And if you would give us the opportunity to bring that back in August to what that long range service plan looks like, we could have a really good conversation.
That's where I'm at, because I think the system can only handle so much transition. And I think it's done a good job. I commend the staff and the public for being flexible with us as we're taking on new technologies and so forth. But I think we do need to take it in a measured approach. But I agree with the mayor. I mean, from a dollars and cents standpoint, we need to be, there are some merits to making decisive action now, but I think we need to take a measured approach on that. So I'd be more in favor of the 7, 6, and 3 and make sure the hours are right and that we're setting those routes up for success. Don't know what that fits in your deal.
So
Or if there's even support for that.
I agree, that we want to be really cautious about the changes to the system that we make today. I think that we are all in agreement that our current routes are not effective. I do kind of take issue with this idea that we've been trying for 16 years and doing our very, very best to get people to ride and they just don't want to. I don't think that's the fault of anyone on staff, but I think that there have been policy decisions that have been made in the past that have made the system more difficult for people to use and have driven down ridership. And every time we cut hours, every time we cut routes, we make that situation worse. And, you know, I get that there's lots of opportunity here. And we definitely want a serious long-range planning that involves a full redesign of the system because the system is not effective. But in the meantime, between now and when we can get the new long-range plan implemented and a new route system in place, is it fair to our drivers? Is it fair to our riders? Is it fair to the agency to kind of pull the rug out from under the whole system by cutting significant numbers of routes and making it even harder to use and driving even more people away from the system while we wait for a better route design to be implemented, which will take at least a year, probably longer? I would say no. I would say that we have an obligation, even though our current system is not very effective, we have an obligation to continue running it in a form that is similar to what we're doing now. Doesn't have to stay exactly the same, but we have a moral obligation to continue providing service while we work on figuring out what we want to do long term. And that's why I'm all in on alternative D.
Jeff Eads,
Yeah,
what I hear you saying is that you'd like alternative E
yes.
without Route 2.
That's basically,
that's what
right.
I'm
That's basically what he's saying.
I can support that.
About two.
Somebody remind me where, which route is for Discovery Park?
That's
Six.
six.
And as a reiteration, Route 2, I know that you mentioned, Judge, that our daily bread support team, Route 2 has a few facilities that are important to them that they flagged as important.
Right, so,
Go
well,
back
just to
to that, then.
clarify,
Let me see the map.
what Judge Eads is talking about is that there is a new facility. So currently our daily bread is along Route 4. But they are moving to a new facility this fall. And the new facility is the one that you have on the map. So that's
on Route 3, but there were also points of interest that were hospitals and facilities and, you know, places where people who are seeking mental health services go. And so we flag those.
Agree, yeah.
They are things that are covered under Route 2.
Well, I would like to,
And sorry.
I would like to proceed with E. Let's see, go back far, E with the elimination of 2, but I would like to have a more detailed conversation on what are some of those sensitive areas for 2. What is that frequency and so forth? What is that clientele? What is that number? And if that's something, it will be served by the GO zone.
It would still be served by GO.
So goes on, and so I don't, it's not necessity keeping. I think that our partners who are raising this concern maybe need to be our communication partners and maybe get those people on the GO zone.
Agreed. And
So, I mean, but I would move for it. Is it E with this?
Without 2.
E less route.
E less.
E less route 2.
Route 2, but I would direct the staff first have a real thoughtful conversation about that. What do those hours look like as far as the extended to cover business hours, or include the business, what we call it, traditional business hours and so forth.
So staff would have to start working towards, you know, going through the process of educating the public that 2 is going away as well as 4 and 5. and modification of hours on the other three. So
Correct.
I don't know if you, are you asking them to also assess what to do with two? Because I don't know. I think we're past doing assessment. I think we're now.
No, I think that if we have partners raising concern, I appreciate the input from one of our guests today, about six. I think I would still like to eliminate two, because I don't think it's the efficiencies there, but I want those people served, as the board does. And so I think we need to have a thoughtful conversation with them, and that, I think, is one of our first campaigns, talk about the different major employers and different outreach that we're doing, and I think we need to, that needs to be on the top of the list, especially if we're eliminating a route, that we have a detailed conversation with that population.
To your point, Judge, you've already moved that ball forward by addressing that y'all want to extend GO Zone passes to the nonprofit facilities and to the people who are, we identify as vulnerable. So you've already started that, and so it becomes a communication effort, to your point.
That would be my motion.
This is purely anecdotal, but Mr. Max Fulmer, who spoke with us last month, he lives on Route 2. This will completely eliminate his access to the bus service if we eliminate Route 2. Yeah, they
weren't meeting.
we could get him a GO Zone pass, but he uses GO Zone all the time and regularly gets stranded in 100-degree plus heat.
Well, I agree with you, and that's why I said we need to keep these other routes while we're perfecting that GO Zone, because as I said on our break to you, I am not a happy customer or camper on everything GO Zone. That might make a headline right there, but I mean it. I think there's things we need to, there's functionality, things that we need to perfect.
We gotta find some way to be able to deal with those.
So. What are your thoughts, Allison?
I've addressed my thoughts. I'm not interested in anything that involves cutting. I would prefer not to cut 4 and 5, but all of the options on the table involve cutting 4 and 5. I think that I'm not willing to vote in favor of cutting Route 2 at this time, not until we have a long range plan and a new route design that has been developed using data over a long period of time to replace it. I'm not interested in eliminating that service until we have something in place to replace it.
Do we have an alternate who wants to speak? Okay, yeah. Raise his hand. Okay, sure. Can't hear you.
He might have just been unmuted, he made a noise and I realized it and muted himself.
Okay.
And while we wait, board, the one thing to address is we think about the future of data and understanding where ridership is coming from. And part of to add on to the comment that Paul made about needing at least a year of data, an implementation of Swiftly will take roughly 6 to 9 months. So that means to get full Swiftly implementation among your fleet, it's going to be a 6 to 9 month process. And that's when the data collection process begins. And so it is flagged for FY23, which starts in October, as you know. So in theory, the earliest that we would be able to see it is roughly halfway through FY23. And so needing at least a year to track data is a very important thing as we do that long-term planning and look for both, because GO Zone we're flush with data with GO Zone. With the fixed route, we need time to be able to collect it and make those informed data related decisions.
Any other discussion? Otherwise, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Well, we're gonna do, Mr. Chair, we're not voting yet. We're just getting the consensus for this part of the journey.
Okay.
Yeah.
You threw me off.
We are. We're gonna build.
Gotcha.
You can kind of just be pondering is because we're dealing.
You made a suggestion.
Because we're dealing with a certain plan that we do, this is a major decision.
Okay.
So,
And some context on Route 2. It's 50 rides a day. It's 25 people. And with that, what you would. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Route 2 serves 25 people a day.
Okay. So as we're talking about this 1 year that we're going to be using, part of what we're talking about is what we're gonna be doing in that year, and that's getting Go Zone hopefully where it needs to be. As far as safety and time and delivery and all that. I think as we look at this, Route 4 and 5 obviously are going to be eliminated. Why would we eliminate while we're in the process of discovery? And I know maybe 25 from a financial perspective makes sense to a lot of people. There's 25 people that'll be displaced.
Well, they still have a transit option.
The majority of the people that would ride this bus, I believe, have y'all ever ridden the buses in Denton or taken Go Zone? Cause I've done it all. Are not, so you had the gentleman that came last month and said, I called Go Zone and I had to wait 20 minutes and then I was late for my appointment and then I had 2 or 3 times he called Go Zone. In other words, it's not perfected.
I agree.
So it's not an issue, it's not an alternative because it's not perfected. And that's why I'm not a strictly Go Zone girl.
I mean, that's one reason. Like, keeps 2 and 3, at least during the week. Then that 4 and 6 and 7, it enhances. And you still maintain all 4 routes. Yes, it's a little more expensive, but it allows us to collect the data for the period of time. And we are a little bit more efficient by getting rid of the right. That will happen.
And you're talking about your mental health people on Go Zone?
I would also point out that Route 2 still meets your parity on cost per trip. Even with that number, according to your formulas, it's just pretty close to the parity.
Only once per hour.
No, on the average.
That's 50%.
It's 50% of the whole party. It's what, 4.4?
Yeah.
It's not even. It's 4.4 riders per hour average on the weekday. The benchmark is 10.
Benchmark is 9.
Well, the benchmark for Route 7.
Okay,
Well, for cost parity between Go Zone and Connect, the benchmark is 9.
Gotcha.
I was looking at this other chart here.
Yes. You want to have a comment?
I think Tom's cat is in the room.
Okay. We kick this around. D, E minus Route 2. There's not really.
I could get
So-
behind
so-
Andy's.
So,
conversation.
yes, C and G, let's not do C and G, so it's down to D and E. It's some type of a.
What I've written is routes 3, 6, and 7. as
3, 6, and
proposed
7.
Scenario.
Okay. So. Who can support routes 3, 6, and 7? E less routes 2. You can see that 7. Yeah. Okay. Who can support 2, 3, 6, and 7, which is E, just with the modifier. I can support that one.
I support E. I support D. I support D.
So. All right, so E, there's two, and so right now, and you said D. So we have two for E, bottom without two, two for E, two, and one for D. So.
So just, can I just ask a question? So, alternate E, so in D, you have increasing the frequency from 40 minutes to 20 minutes. Is that the case on E as well?
E stays the same, right?
No, it does involve an increase in frequency on routes 6 and 7. Yes.
Oh, I thought you said the not right.
No.
Not right.
Oh,
That's good data. We said on well too. That's good data.
So
okay, so you're saying just clarify, route two.
no, it's confusing.
Yeah.
Alternative E
Keeps the same service.
keeps the same service, doesn't increase frequency
But
40 to 20 minutes.
Right,
correct?
Not on route 2, correct.
and eliminates the Saturday service on 2 and 3.
And
Weekends, yes. No. Diane, what would make you happy about the E alternative?
Well,
You think it needs to be tweaked, the proposal on the table?
I mean, I do feel like we need to increase the frequency. If you've ever waited for these buses like I have, and I'm a pretty healthy person. And I know where they go. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I know where they go. Ugh. I'm just concerned, first of all, that the frequency would not be included, which I think makes a big difference. And then when you talk about service after 5, if you go to MHMR, you go to these doctor's appointments, I can tell you, sometimes my husband is running 3 hours behind.
Right.
So they get out there and they can't get back. That
I
scares me.
agree, that's why I was mentioning. the-
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I don't know anything honestly about the Saturday service for that route 2, so I can't speak to that.
Could we direct the staff today to come back with a 3-6-7 plan? Taking consideration that if we're gonna be in the bus business on these routes, we want them to be successful. Does that mean increased frequency, modified hours? But that we give that a very strong effort, what that looks like, what we all think the best practices are on that.
So these routes were built under best practices, right? I mean, what we took was a blend of data as well as input from staff and the board. And so each time we've come back, these have been tweaked a little bit. But for the most part, this has incorporated both the anecdotal information that the board has indicated, talking about people who speak to you in public, your personal experiences with the bus stops. It also blends in the data. It also blends in the public feedback.
I would,
I'm just saying, if you say best practices is on number 3, these are y'all's presentation, not mine. Discontinue it after 5 p.m. on 3. I don't know if that would be a best practice to get people. That's why, so that's what, how we go. How we defining 5 o'clock? Is that 5:00? Is that the 5 o'clock route, which may take an hour? What does that definition look like? I mean, so I don't know if that would.
And I don't know if this helps you any, but that 4 to 7 o'clock on route 3. From 4 to 7 o'clock on route 3, they average 3.2 riders per hour.
Okay.
and that was the rationale behind the proposal to discontinue the service after 5. On the other hand, there's very little service operating after 5. So from a cost perspective, if you wanted to maintain service, through the end of the current service day, it wouldn't have much of an impact. So that, I mean, obviously we're adjusting these proposals here as we go. So that would be a relatively low impact adjustment.
People worked at the health department, or they went to the health department and it's on route 3 and you say 5 o'clock, it's how much clearer I can say it. I don't think are being clear on the 5 o'clock. So if someone came to the health department or one of our nurses was at the health department And would they, yes or no, would they be able to get a bus if they left the office at 5:10?
So
And y'all are
Right
not
now,
answering
yes.
that. I don't mean to be ugly, but
No,
you're.
right
you're
now
not
they
answering.
can't because the bus goes till 7.
I think it's.
But it says after 5 PM, and I'm saying, I don't think that would be I don't think that would be the definition of best practices is what they're saying.
I think.
I don't think that, I would define that as a best practice.
The way I would interpret all the feedback today is, where we're just working off of, for discussion purposes only, alternative presently, to these comments. That the job to do would be hearing direction from the board for Route 3, that the Route 3 adjustments that are implemented would be able to accommodate the evening commute. That assuming that the workday ends at 5 o'clock, right, or that appointments conclude at 5 o'clock, that individuals have the opportunity to use Route 3, assuming that they'd be walking on a door.
All this whole system, the backbone of transit is confidence in the system. And if people have confidence that the bus or whoever going to be there to pick them up when they ask, when they need them, is the importance. And so people think, I'm not gonna go on the bus because my appointment's gonna run long, I'm gonna miss the bus. They're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do the appointment, which is very important. So
Let me ask this, because I think I get what Andy's getting at, but I want to ask it in a different way.
Good.
What is our industry, or what is our practice or the industry practice? When I say a route ends at 5, does that mean that that is the last cycle of the route, or does that mean it is off the road at 5?
I hope you can get an answer. So I'm trying.
I would venture to say there's a lot of discretion in what that means.
What do we do?
One of these bus drivers could probably tell us.
Yeah. What do we do?
Right now, if you're on Route 3, you can make the first stop at 5:07 and then make the route goes to 5:30.
But then there's
My
another
last
route.
run is at 6.
Right. So what
So
we.
your last run is at 6, which means at 6 o'clock, the route is ended, but there is still a bus traveling the route. No, at 6 o'clock, you're off the road.
I'm headed to the bottom.
So here's what we could do. The board can provide directions as Route 3 with an end time that accommodates close of business.
That's what I said 10 minutes ago.
Yes, sir. And then we can do that. Route 3 that accommodates service at close of business. We would work to design the timetable with our NTMC partners such that we provide confidence that if somebody goes to a doctor appointment at the end of the day, they can home. Correct. Intent is understood. 5 o'clock was based on the way the data was parsed. We can move with the intent.
Okay, that's
cool.
I can help you out on Route 3.
yes.
The homeless shelter,
Come forward so we can.
okay, the homeless shelter, they have to be in at a certain time.
Right.
Which is about 6:30, I think. So, no, when the new shelter be built, they gotta be,
The new one.
when the new shelter be built, they gotta be in at 6:30. 6:37, so they need to be off the buses in the shelter. After that, they can't get into the shelter. Even at Monsignor King and the Salvation Army, after a certain time, they stop feeding you at a certain time, which is past 5:30. It goes to about 1800. So if we ran to like, instead of just saying 5 o'clock, we push it back an hour and a half. That's all we gonna need is just that hour and a half, not 8, 9 hours, but just that hour and a half on Route 3. Now, Route 6 is, we got a lot of foreign students that are moving out to North apartments. So a lot of them are going to school at Discovery Park at late at night, like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock.
We
Yeah.
already considering extending it though.
Right.
I think
6, I think 6, we got that.
Yeah, you got that? So yeah, that's on
We said 7:45.
for 6.
Extend service.
Extended service.
Oh, extend service up for.
Yeah.
Y'all got that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just say something? If you guys eliminate Route 2, you're eliminating the poor people. The area over by the senior center, one that they just rebuilt over by Hubsbus house. You're eliminating all those people. There's old people that get on there.
So right now, I'm hearing E. Which is still 2, 3, 6, and 7, or is it E with 3, 6, and 7? Well, my question is,
E with.
is it E as stated, which is 2, 3, 6, and 7? Or is it a modification of E, which is just 3, 6, and 7?
With,
There's a modification.
With the understanding.
clear
that 3
understanding, 3 is
Then the route, the timetables to be implemented with respect to 3, or if the board decides route 2, that close of business,
Accommodate.
that it heard and understood completely, whichever routes the board decides to apply that to.
I think the 3, 6, and 7 model with best practices to make those remaining routes the most successful, and investing in them is a very good compromise position. Knowing that any service that be eliminated, they do have an alternative with the GO zone, and we will, I believe, and I would challenge this board and staff. Once we get through this, we're in the middle of a search for a CEO. We're in the middle of this reallocation, but I think I challenge all of us to set our hand to the task of perfecting that GO zone, because there are things that we should all be perfecting, but I disagree with the comment from the audience that the service will be eliminated. It would be a different modified service, but hopefully it'll be an improved, better and improved GO zone. So they will be, service will not be eliminated. They will be shifted to the GO zone. But that would be I think this proposal is reasonable.
Members,
I'm in support of that.
3, okay. We will proceed now with the modified version of alternative E with routes 2, 3, and 7, which is now.
No.
I'm sorry, 3, 6, and 7. My bad,
Starting with the
my
closed
bad.
business.
3, 6, and 7. Okay,
Blow it all.
so we've gotten that part done. Now we need to talk about when we're gonna launch.
About service implementation.
August 1st.
I'll speak to this. So, understanding the board's desire to implement the service changes as fast as possible, know that on the staff side, we've done a lot of pressure testing on this, with our partners at NTMC and our partners at DCTA staff. Our service changes historically have been implemented within a 3 to 4 month time frame, primarily driven by the critical path of designing a bid for the drivers to bid on, completing the bid, posting the schedules, and then executing the training to get them going. As we've talked about it, maybe we shave a couple of weeks off of a 3-month process, but there is not, I feel comfortable saying there's not an incremental schedule win to be had by trying to compress the timeline much less than 3 months. And so what this schedule says very, very generally is at the top of the order is the operations timeline that says through basically a 1 November start date. Composed of those pieces of the service change within TMC and the union drivers and all those sorts of things. Then the rest of the things you see on this chart are really the marketing, communications, the public education, all that sort of stuff, which we want to make sure we get right. And obviously the more time we have there, the better. And so with the alternative that was chosen, less one of the routes, we could deliver on the 3-month timeline to launch the service November 1st. If the board said we want the minimum amount of time. If the board said, well, if we're going to launch in November 1st, it might as well break with the school schedule and start on January 1st. That would provide even more time for user education, especially if we're doing major changes like eliminating the pass for GO zone use. And so anywhere between the November 1, January 1 timeframe would be what we'd be comfortable with as we work with our NTMC partners to implement the service change.
Hearing that, November 1, December 1, January 1. Is there a preference on the board? Sooner better or something in between?
What do you feel comfortable with, Paul? So
Our NTMC partners would be comfortable with the moving into the December, January 1 timeframe. And really, it's the balance of what is the desire. Now, launching a new service in November, right before the holidays, what's the utility and efficacy of that if the students are going to leave?
Doesn't seem like there's much efficacy.
Right,
in
we're
December
getting,
one either.
we're getting to the place where
Correct.
then you say, you might as well make sure we do it right, provide a high quality service, high quality.
January 1.
Yes, sir.
Right after the.
Okay.
So we're targeting January 1. Okay. Yeah, that's.
And just to make sure that there's clarity, the pass aligns with that January 1 launch as well, right? We have eliminate goes on passes by, and so we want to align that with it, correct?
Take a look at we're gonna take a break here so you guys can write this up. So just take a look at the calendar. And if it's, it needs to be January 2nd.
The first Monday, the first Monday.
Whatever, just give us the actual date.
Okay.
All right. That concludes.
One more slide, Mr. Chair, if we're good. Just for information, we want to make sure that we're communicating on all fronts. Signage is an important part of that. So as we implement the service change, existing bus stop signs will be bagged.
Yep.
These supplemental go zone informational signs will be brought up. We have engaged with our city manager partners in Denton and Louisville on the content of the sign. So there's a couple of tweaks to be made. The QR code, that one will get to the DCTA website. We intend to get to the App Store where you can download the go zone app in one fell swoop. So just know that this is in process, and after today's meeting, we'll be placing an order for these signs, and appreciate the city managers and staff's input on what's going to work well for the community. And so this is informed by that with some tweaks. And thank you.
Great. Okay. So at this time, the recommendation staff is that we recess for 5 minutes. So you guys can come back with a proposed resolution.
We need 6 or 7, but
We are recessed at 2:24.
Let's. 2:36, we'll reconvene and continue.
Wonderful. So thank you for the recess that allowed us to put together the motion as well as a table to help describe everything. So as you'll see on the right of the screen, we have alternative E, which is the original wording, and then the alternative E is proposed, which embodies everything that y'all have said. And then the language on the left is going to actually be the motion itself. So I defer to the chair on how you would like to handle this. If you want to read it out, and that can suffice as the motion, the board can take action.
Quick question before we vote. Have we established that there are no Title VI issues associated with eliminating Route 2?
Yeah, I asked that question.
Yes, there is no.
Yes, there are. There are no.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, good question, but that's.
So let me just read the motion. Public as well. Staff recommends. And I can just read it. I'm not making the motion. I'm reading. Staff recommends that the board authorize implementation of revised GOSO fare structure of $1.50 base, 50 cents per mile for trips in dented zone greater than 4 miles, only $5 fare cap applicable in dented. Eliminate GO-Zone passes unless riders are eligible for existing discounts or nonprofit pass purchase. Revised Connect service shall be routes 3, 6, and 7 as depicted in alternative E as proposed. Implementation of the above will occur on Monday, January 2022.
Supposed to be Sunday. I apologize. Sunday, January 1st. The schedule in which the operators receive their weekly schedule. So we wanted to make it clear on a Sunday that this is your week.
And the GO-Zone fare passes would stop being available.
January 1st.
It's on a Sunday.
January 1st.
Is that the recollection of the board? If that's the recollection of the board, is there a formal motion? Chris, the red, that's the formal motion.
I move to approve the recommendation as presented.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gilmore. Is there a second? I'll second it. Thank you, Director Eads. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Let the record show Director Dwyer opposed. Motion carries. That concludes the discussion on item 2.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say, as we move on to the next item, thank you very much to the board and all the members of the staff who put in a lot of work on this since the beginning of the spring to get us to the point of making a policy decision that allows us to move forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you and staff. A lot of heavy lifting.
Chair, to reiterate, the ability for us to go through this multiple times, multiple steps, having what I effectively call 3 bites of the apple, I think was key. And it's really complicated. That process helped holding my hand through it. I greatly appreciate it.
I want to thank everybody involved. I want to thank the board. You know, there's parts of that I didn't agree with this morning, you know, that I agree with the general sentiment. And I think that's what it's all about. The 5 of us as board members working together and also working with the staff and our consultants. I want to thank everybody. And you know what, that's how processes like this play out. And I do want to just tell everybody, thank you all for, as we made these tough decisions. So
I guess that's the true mark of a compromise. Nobody's really completely satisfied with it. Thank you all. Moving on to item 3. Discuss and consider approval of financial authority to execute a task order with Accenture LLC in the amount of $148,000. As a separate agreement with Robert Half, accounts temps, in the amount of $61,945 for human resources and financial staff augmentation, August 1st, 2023 through August 30th, 2022.
for central office.
Mr. Chairman, this item is a continuation of our efforts to maintain key functions in the agency after the departure of personnel and finance and human resources department, with a request for another tranche of funding to allow us to get to a more steady state. So next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the Finance and Human Resources Organization when I brought it before the board back in April. As you recall, the orange boxes were vacancies at our agency. The dark blue boxes were positions that we had filled with permanent employees, and then the light blue boxes were temp employees that we had in place. Next slide. We're very pleased to report that since that time, we hired a senior manager of human resources and EEOC, Stephanie Mills, who has been doing a fantastic job and really rounded out our human resources function. And then on the finance side, we were able to onboard Zach, who's our accounts payable coordinator. He had been a temp employee with us and now is a full-time employee after doing a great job. And he started with us on June the 27th. There was a position in the finance department called a finance assistant, which after evaluation, staff made the recommendation to repurpose that position to the director of safety and compliance that's proposed in the current FY 2023 budget. And then the other finance position, financial data analyst, is also under evaluation as we consider how that might be repurposed as well for higher and better use inside the agency. And as you saw in the CEO weekly update, we have extended an offer, and an offer has been accepted for a new financial controller who will start with us on August the 1st. So this coming Monday. And at that point, that's a big step forward for us. And then the accounting manager position, we've determined should be backfilled, and we have candidates in the pool, and we'll be doing interviews shortly after our new controller arrives. Mr. David Leininger continues to provide us service as an interim CFO. That support runs through September 30th, and we'll continue to monitor that position as we await the hire of a CEO and then the hire of a CFO for him or her after that. Next slide, please. So in April, we talked about how we were going to ask for, and we did ask for, and you approved a $478,000 250 budget amendment that would allow us to preserve our current staffing funding while also going out and procuring the management services from Accenture to document all of our processes, hire on Mr. Leininger from May to September, and then utilize Robert Half for interim staffing. And you remember that waterfall chart there shows our plan at that point. So next slide, please. The good news is that plan has held, and this request is to allow us to provide Accenture staffing or staff support for the period of time after our financial controller comes on board. So Accenture's been providing our controller function, and what we're asking for here is 30 days of full-time Accenture support, just like they have been providing through the period, to provide the sort of shoulder-to-shoulder changeover that's typical when a new person comes into an organization. Then for the controller, we're asking for 30 days of on-call Accenture support, that if our controller has a question, she can call the experts at Accenture to help her out in that regard. On the human resources side, we're much farther down the road. And so we're just asking for another 30 days of support on call as needed for in the event that Stephanie and the HR team have some other questions from human resources. But as of right now, human resources is functioning very well. And this is really just more of a safety net. And then lastly, on the accounting manager side, that position continues to be filled by a temp from Robert Half. And what we're asking for is another 90 days of that Robert Half coverage so that we can hire an accounting manager following interviews in the next couple of weeks, and then give enough time for changeover so that the new accounting manager can be successful. Our contract with Robert Half requires that we give 30 days notice before the contract task can be eliminated. And so our best case scenario is no more than 60 days of changeover between a new hire and Robert Half, and then we would have to call Robert Half and say, we don't need your services anymore. And then we would have to pay them through the last 30 days of the period in October. The waterfall chart at the left shows the combination of those staff savings and budget augmentation that you provided us back in April. And then the flow down of all those different expenses, including the ones that are proposed here, and the salary that we will pay the controller and that we paid our temp to hire since then, show that we're under budget regarding the overall plan we laid out in April. again, a testimony to a lot of hard work on behalf of our human resources team and our entire staff to keep things moving forward as we've been down a couple of heads. And at the end of the day, we're moving forward and in a really good place.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4, discuss fiscal year 2023 budget update. Paul, Christina, and Amanda.
Okay.
Amanda.
Well, I'll be leading the conversation, and Amanda's here. Amanda's here for the really hard questions when they come. So, Mr. Chairman, this is just a revisit of our proposed 2023 budget. We went through the workshop successfully in June. This shows the roadmap of what we're doing with the budget process. There's no step in this in July, but we wanted to follow up with some action items that were had in the last budget discussion. We're planning to bring a formal budget presentation in August, and we can really tailor that to the board's desire at that point so that the budget can be adopted in September. So next slide, please. These are action items from the June budget work session that we want to put before you and just let you know that we heard and understood and are working on these things. Number 1 is revising the bus operations budget and the NTMC organization to match the service levels that have now been decided by the board as of today. So the service change that you made will drive changes presumably in the bus budget. And so we need to work on that over the course of the next 30 days in advance of the August board meeting so that you understand how that impacts the overall budget. So we'll be working on that. Another item is the addition of Go Zone service across Louisville city limits. You recall we had an expanded level project for Go Zone enhancements in the budget. We would propose putting this service enhancement or service expansion for Go Zone into that ELP. Another was ensuring that our Daily Bread shuttle is funded through November or whenever the new facility opens. The answer to that is yes, it is included in the 2023 budget. There was feedback from the board around staff pay adjustments relative to service area budgets with regard to inflation and the market pressures that all of our municipalities are feeling. So we have, again, appreciated the engagement by your staffs as we've talked about how you all are running things, and in that way that can inform how we're doing it. So we'll be talking about that next month. There was a comment about expanded level project for Wi-Fi service on the train. That's a complex technical issue, but we're putting together some options that'll let you understand at least what the magnitude of that is. Can't guarantee right now that we will put that into the budget for 2023, but can at least give you the roadmap going forward. We have a neat expanded level project for strategic marketing and communications and our further engagement on fleshing out our marketing and communications program. So we've made some adjustments there. And this last expanded level project is a new one, and it's called on-call planning for the NTMC evolution and operations and member city enhancements. And what we anticipate this is, and we will define this further in next month's discussion is, but as we talked about the evolution of NTMC, and we've talked about how we expand services into non-member cities and how costs are allocated and all those sorts of things. And as we hear from member cities about, well, what would happen if transit applied here or transit applied there? It would help us if we had a pool of funding that would allow us to do those sorts of planning assignments so that we don't have to come back to the board for a budget amendment every time that comes up. And so what we anticipate here is a well-defined list of things that would be eligible. And then obviously we maintain communication with you all throughout the year so that you know when those things are happening. And obviously anything over $75,000 is something that comes back to the board for contract approval. So you have that control as well. Does that make sense?
I have a question about one of these items. First of all, I want to thank staff who really acted quickly during the extreme heat, not that it's not still hot, to implement a new afternoon shuttle. We have for a long time had a morning shuttle from Monsignor King to our Daily Bread. We now also have an afternoon shuttle from our Daily Bread back to Monsignor King in the afternoon. When we talk about funding our Daily Bread shuttle through November, are we talking just about the morning one, or is there an opportunity to add the afternoon shuttle as well through November?
When we wrote this was before before the change that we made, it was anticipated to be just the traditional shuttle service. And the reason we were able to accommodate that request so quickly, and hats off to our team and the NTMC team who were able to be nimble and respond, is we had extra resources during the day that service could be provided without additional cost. And so that's the reason we were able to do it. So that's right now, this item does not contemplate that.
Okay, I see, you're kind of, Brittany's kind of like reacting, but is there an opportunity to look at extending that for the afternoon shuttle as well?
That would be direction the board would like to provide. I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I would like for y'all to at least, look at what the cost would be and bring that back to us.
Interested of the board to provide that? At least see what the cost would be? Yeah. Okay, let's see what.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay. Slide, please. And my intent here is to go very fast, as you all have seen this already. If you got questions, obviously we can talk about it, but we provided you this executive summary view of the 4-year outlook. Kristen, this is to your question before about what does our cash position look like. You see that on a net cash basis from a recurring sales tax perspective, we end up in a healthy position year over year, spending less than we're bringing in, which obviously helps us to think about long-term solutions or opportunities, things like that. You see some things in the budget this year that aren't typical, like the reimbursement for the joint rail operations facility that DART is going to provide for us, and then a lease revenue anticipated from the DART arrangement as we continue to work toward that. Next slide. This was just a snapshot, and all these in your package. It's a snapshot of the major budget drivers on the revenues and expenses side. On the revenue side, obviously sales tax increases are healthy. Those own fare increases are healthy as a result of today's conversation. And then on the expenses side, fuel, which is affecting everyone across the country, and then benefits on the NTMC side are some of those major factors. Next slide. We provided this snapshot just to be able to demonstrate what we think our budget impacts are relative to ridership and modes, so that the board can understand that we're spending money in the places where we think ridership grows. Obviously, growth versus expenditure is different across various modes, but the bottom line, we're anticipating about an 18 or 17% ridership growth next year, and our budget has increased about 18%. And considering all the additional expenses on fuel and healthcare and those sorts of things, a good sign.
So how did you arrive at the 17% increase in ridership?
So we asked staff, I asked staff to think about mode by mode, what do we believe that our ridership is going to be based on the trends that we're seeing this year? And so what we have to do is the same as many organizations, is kind of reconcile what do the planners think about ridership growth and what do the operators think about ridership growth, and meld those things together.
It's just extrapolation.
Correct. And then moving forward, we want to be much more intentional about having ridership front and center in the services that we're delivering, so that we can get better and better at those sorts of forecasts. But this is a first cut at such an effort.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. We covered this earlier in the discussion. I think we can move on. Yes.
Just for a second, bus admin and support, I think that's slide 91. I meant to point this out. That's more than 50% of the total cost of operation. I think of the bus services, and now that we've adjusted several times this year on the size of the Connect system.
Right.
I would hope that we could get that cost constrained. 50% seems high.
So a couple of things on that, and Amanda, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we talk about bus for purposes of our budget, we are talking about not just the bus service, but all of our mobility services combined into that. And so that's one of the things next year we want to parse out, is how do we make our budgeting process more clear by talking about mobility as a service versus the bus operation and our contracted services and all that sort of stuff. So that's one part of it. The other part is that I've, as an NTMC board member, have already asked with the rest of the NTMC board, asked the NTMC staff to go about the process of refining their budget ask based on the service changes implemented today. The NTMC board meets on August the 15th, and we'll have the chance to say yes or no to the NTMC proposal, and then we'll come back. We'll be integrating that into this budget.
Okay.
The next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And on the Swiftly stuff that we've been talking about, touching, is that just buses or is that train? We have it on the train now, but I
Right.
thought there was an upgrade to the train version. Walk me through.
So I discussed with the vendor for the bus technology for Swiftly. There really isn't an application for rail from
Okay.
Swiftly. There are other vendors that we can work with for passenger counters for the rail side of things, but Swiftly really isn't in the rail space at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
I think one of the things we can do a better job of is right now we get daily ridership from our rail operation. And one of the things we want to work on next year, maybe under that planning bucket, is bringing a ridership dashboard across all modes that not only is helpful for the public and the board, but also staff to know what's happening on the network in real time. Okay. Okay, next. This is just a summary of our capital budget items. Yellow were proposed projects in the expanded level projects for this year, and then the green were rollovers. Again, we covered this last time. And then this is the list of expanded level projects that we went through in our last discussion. There's no new ELP items here. But if anybody would like to ask any questions about these, then we're happy to take them. Otherwise, we can move on.
Questions on ELP summary?
Okay. We can skip through all of these and. Well, I think, I'm sorry, back up, please. So maybe this one is worthy of conversation. This is the expanded level or expanded service for Go Zone within the city limits of Louisville. The question is asked, how do we make sure that Go Zone vehicles can cover every corner of Louisville rather than looking at individual neighborhoods and streets and those sorts of things? We came back with a proposal that looks at the overlaying the entirety of the city limits. The algorithm does not account for land mass. It accounts for trip generation potential. So the Leela area is obviously not a big driver of that, but should the board choose to go forward with this, or if you provide direction to go forward with this, we would integrate this into the budget proposal for the Go Zone ELP in the 2023 budget for adoption in the 2023 budget.
I know feedback I've gotten is we'd like to look at Y2.
Okay.
As an option. Part of the data on that, though, is I'd like to see, I know I've got it in my dashboard, but want to see kind of where our ELAs, our service levels are, what's our wait time and what's our ridership number. See if I can see where we are in that, hitting that theoretical cap, or if there's still room to grow. I'm wondering how many people are in our area deciding that they're not going to take the ride.
Okay. How many people decline the?
Yeah, I'm
option
losing
to ride?
words. So, declines, how many, where are we in that 17 to 25 minute range for rides? Because basically we're talking 17% increase. So
Mhm.
an additional vehicle, probably. So that I just like to see.
You'd like to
where-
understand that before making it.
Yeah, I want to understand where we are right now before I make the decision, or we address the decision to increase capacity.
Okay, so we'll prepare that
That
analysis.
makes sense?
I have it in front of me if you'd like.
Okay,
By zone, Denton, currently 10% May seating availability, 4% in June. Louisville Highland Village, 8% in May, 5% in June. Proposed ETAs in Denton, 18 May, 18 June. Same for Louisville Highland Village. We sit at 18 minutes and 18 minutes. There's decent parity at the moment.
yeah, so with that, I don't feel quite as disproportional as maybe we were a couple of months ago. But I'd like to see this, at least the 2% discussed. The item 2% MTE. That's
Okay,
middle, blue column.
the blue option, option blue. Okay,
Oh, Y two expansion.
And we're already getting an expanded service, option, part of that expanded service in the, expansion of the zone to cover those couple of small areas that are, so. I want to be cognizant of that as well.
Okay. Thanks for being this. Okay. That's the end of that presentation.
We'll move on to regular agenda item 5, discuss local and regional transportation updates, legislative activities. Myself and Paul. RTC.
Yeah, so RTC, so DRMC did not help have a June meeting. We actually celebrated Hale's I know. Bill Hale's retirement. I hope he doesn't go too far. Wow. So anyway, Chair, you were able to go.
I was able to go.
I had a death in the family that I couldn't go, but
Yeah, it was very nice. Judge
Yes.
was there. A lot of dignitaries. It was a nice turnout. They did a good job. Set him off and I talked to him and he's gonna spend a little bit of time doing a whole lot of stuff around the house.
some honeydew
Yeah.
things that are in line. So some of the things discussed at our July 14th meeting was our Unified Planning Work Program, and it's required by federal and state law regulations and provides a summary of transportation and related air quality planning tasks to be conducted by the MPOs. The RTC bylaw revisions, we're continuing with that, and the judge and I serve on that committee. And our next meeting is going to be during the Irving Transportation Summit. So we'll continue working on those. Mr. Morris talked about the FIFA World Cup in 2026. He said it's like having 10 Super Bowls. So he's really going to call on DCTA and DART and Trinity Metro to really help unified in transporting people all around. So as I mentioned, our RTC Irving Summit is going to be on August 17th and 18th. And
I don't know. Parking lots, parking garages.
Parking garages. Yes, there was a long discussion
I
on
heard
that.
about that.
Yeah.
If nobody wants to go over it again, most people are here, we can.
I should not have heard about that. Let's put it that way.
My personal response to RTC was that I really felt it should have been, there were 3 items. I really felt they should have been divided out. And so it didn't pass as it was. And so we made we'll bring some of those things back to discuss them individually.
They adopted the funding, right? They backed up the funding for the 2 garages.
So they did the funding, and then the other item was the actual policy.
They didn't do the.
Which I felt the policy should stand alone. What was my recommendation? It's easier, cleaner to change, to add to the policy. There was one more issue on the vote.
Yeah.
And it
The
was,
difference is we forgot.
yeah, it was basically just pushing back together and approving the DART. So I think Michael knew that this, Mr. Morris knew that this was going to be a lengthy discussion. And I think it was great because people had their opportunity to speak. And I just, like I said, I just wanted them separated out and voted individually. So yes, that was a very long conversation. So August 3rd is our Clean Air Action Day, and Clean Air Action Day. So there we have 10 counties that fall under the non-attainment for pollution, ozone, and are working to meet the Environmental Protection Agency standards. So some things that residents can do to help that is to take lunch to work, so you're not driving to work, driving to lunch. Use mass transit. Wow, what a thought, right? Use bicycles and walking when they run their different errands. And I think this community is so good about our walking trails and all those things. So it's easy for our citizens to be able to do that. And that's pretty much the major items for RTC.
Okay, thank you. Paul, do you have anything?
Just very briefly, Joe and I were at DART headquarters last Friday to re-energize conversations around the short-term lease of JROF, and lots of good conversation. Their vehicles will be arriving. The first vehicle will be arriving in the November-December timeframe this year. So we're going to be working really hard over the course of the next several months to get that agreement finalized. We'll have an agenda item for you all probably next month on all things A-Train, and that'll be one of those pieces. So thank you.
Great. So next is information reports. We got the monthly financial reports, monthly ridership reports, and requests for bids. In your packet. Future agenda item and board member requests. Is there any future agenda item or board member requests at this time? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did want to, I'm still good. In respect to what we were talking about, as far as because of the pandemic and having those that come to speak, come in person or by email. I think we see all these agencies and businesses going back to in person. And my request would be for the board to consider, when the board goes into executive session, that it be with those that are present. I think to maintain integrity and missteps, that it be that executive session be held with those in attendance.
And to be clear, what you're saying is, we have the regular, the voting members and their alternates to be in executive session. You're saying, if you're an alternate, they need to be present to go into executive session.
Yes.
That's what you're clarifying. Okay. Okay. I've talked to Paul about that, and he's gonna write up a little quick memo as a policy position.
Okay.
And we'll bring it in the office meeting.
Thank you so much.
Anything else? Then the next meeting is August 24th.
Where's my?
Well, I'm just reading it. The next regular board meeting is August 25th, 2022. I'm going just down my list. Then the next item is report on items of community interest.
So I got two things. One's more of a staff thing, and they probably already know about this, but Corinth is doing a bike thing with the mayors end of September, it looks like. So Bill Hyman is in charge of that. So I'll be joining them. But we'd love to have people come out and enjoy the Red Trail. There's a specific event. I don't have a date yet. It's in September. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, good times. And then I did want to make everybody aware that this past council meeting, the city of Louisville allocated just over $2.5 million of our American Rescue Plan funds to fund a facility that will be run by Serve Louisville. And it will be a facility that will house our not-for-profit agencies or give them the opportunity to have sub-market rents. We have several who have already come on board. We're very excited to be working with Pat Smith, as he is outstanding at figuring out how to do the financing to build that facility. And we're very pleased that we were able to reuse DACU's old building down on Edmonds and Bel Air. So there's a nice little community loop back that connects. The building's in great shape. We're very excited about it. It's a great location to be able to take advantage of new market funding and all the other things that we need to do. So we're very excited. I think this agency is going to be able to play a role in that as well. But you know, we still got about a year's worth of build out to get done. So
Any word or idea on who is going to lead that organization and?
so who the CEO will be, we have a we have a search when people put their resume in. Good Lord, I'm losing words.
Hiring process.
But yes, there's a hiring process that the agency actually has a request out. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but if you'd like me to check, I can.
Just once the person is named, we'd be happy to meet with them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can make sure to have that. We're picking our board members because the city gets one staff and one council member. We're gonna be selecting those on Monday nights. And I'll let you guys know who they are as well.
Any other items that you need this from board members, alternates? Joe, do we have any executive session?
We have executive session. We did.
Well, if I may, it was there in the event that you all needed the time. If you don't need the time,
You don't have to go.
then we
Don't
don't have.
have to go.
we don't
I,
have to do it.
Yeah.
okay, I was just,
That is under personnel for the,
executive search, we had our meeting yesterday and we provided direction.
Yeah.
Does,
We'd like to chat with you afterwards, Mr. Chair, just to make sure we're clear on that direction,
correct,
but
that's absolutely. If you want us to chat in executive session?
not necessarily.
You know what? Yeah,
It's about the process.
I would also like for us all to meet in executive session briefly, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Joe, I blame
Won't be long. We have our direction. We just want to make sure everybody's clear.
Right?
I'll take one.
So let me.
He's got
so
the
read it.
in here.
Let me read it into the record. The Board of Directors will convene into closed executive session pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code, personnel matter to deliberate the employment and duties of the chief executive officer. It is 3:13. And this is will keep the city attorney, the interim CEO,